Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia is the spot today for the 2025 Men's State Open of Virginia. And some of the best PGA club professionals for many years, along with some of the top amateur golfers in the country, have come out of the state of Virginia. And this weekend looks to be no different as we bring you live coverage here on CGN of the Men's State Open of Virginia. Hi, everyone. Kendall Lewis, joined by the Foundry Club head professional, Mike Maroney. Mike, we appreciate you joining us in the booth this weekend. I'm looking forward to working with you. What a great event. You think about so many years, the State Open of Virginia, and what it means, the history of this golf club, and we've already seen some really low scores through the first round of play.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Happy to be here. Looking forward to the next couple of days, watching some golf alongside you, Kendall. Yeah, this is our premier event here in the state of Virginia. We got the top AMs, the top professionals vying for this title on a great, challenging golf course, and it should be a lot of fun. People want to add their name to some of those historical names on that trophy.
No doubt about it. Well, the State Open of Virginia is an event jointly administered by the MAPGA and the VSGA. The Middle Atlantic PGA is an association of over 1,250 PGA club professionals in Maryland and Virginia who work every day to grow the game of golf. Through instruction, event planning, and bringing new people into the game, they are proud to be stewards of the game and experts in the business and game of golf. The VSGA, founded in 1904, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing a full range of services to golfers and golf clubs in Virginia, including handicapping services, access to competitions, junior golf programs, and education on the rules of golf and rules of handicapping. And, of course, live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. A venture downtown, the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views. Unplug with family or friends in the Pocahontas State Park, Virginia's largest, with lakes, campgrounds, and miles of forest to roam. Refuel in Richmond's diverse food scene, from award-winning barbecue to global fine dining and everything in between. Golf might bring you to the Richmond region, but endless fun will keep you coming back. Go to www.visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay. We talk about how special this State Open is, and let's find out a little bit more of that before we go into live play. The State Open of Virginia isn't just another stop on the calendar. It's one that matters the most.
For me, growing up here in Richmond, that was my tournament. The State Open was the one that if I played well there, then I had a chance to show off.
You know, I just felt like if we could get the Bobby Watkins, the Robert Wrens, you know, some of the guys that had graduated from Virginia golf to the PGA Tour to come back and support our Open, it would just give it that much more cachet.
I played in the State Open from the time I was 16 until the time I was probably in my mid-40s. I was lucky enough to win the State Open 3 times. I finished second to my brother one time as an amateur.
It's been a very popular event, and it's grown, but still brings all the best pros and amateurs in the state to play. You go back to Lanto Griffin, who's on the tour now, Mark Lawrence. Yeah, we've got a number of very good Virginia players who John Rawlins, I'm sure, has played. You know, it gives it a prestige that a lot of State Opens don't have.
It's just the biggest golf tournament in the state of Virginia.
We'd like to thank all the official partners of the 3 Open Championships in Virginia, as they are critical to the success of these championships and allow us to support local communities through our tournament beneficiaries. First, the Kiowa Island Resort, the Jefferson Hotel, Sea Pines Resort, Real Property Management, Estes, M&E Contractors, the Old Dominion Group, and last but not least, My Golfing Store. We'll take a look at Independence Golf Club, as we mentioned, here in Midlothian, Virginia. How about this par 70 playing just over 7,000 yards today, Mike? And they've made a couple of adjustments on the tee boxes. You and I had a chance to ride this golf course yesterday, and tell you what, there's some holes with only 2 par 5s on this golf course. It could be a challenge today, especially in round 2.
Yeah, the last few iterations of this tournament was played as a par 71. This year, making the change to a par 70, moving the 8th hole up a little bit, turning that into a very, very challenging par 4. Last year was the easiest hole on the golf course as a par 5. This year, it's now currently playing as the hardest hole as a par 4.
Let's take a look at that tournament leaderboard. And how about Luca Rinaldi making his way with a 65 today, shooting 5 under 65 today to move to 8 under par for the tournament. Larkin Gross was the round 1 leader at 7 under. He's set to tee off here in this 220 group here just moments away. I tell you what, it is tightly contested at the top when you think of Rob Kinder and Joey Lane. Of course, a logjam at 3 under as well.
Yeah, tremendous round by Luca this morning. After being in the ER last night with dehydration, didn't come home till about 12:30. 17 years old. So, man, it must be nice to be young and recover that fast with an early tee time this morning. Had a little bit of an issue off the first tee, made a nice par, and then got in the house with a 5 under 65. Take the over.
We're going to hear from him a little bit later on as Matt Pachilli caught up with him here at the tournament. But what an incredible story. And we are set to begin with this final grouping here at 220 to start. We talked about the round that Larkin Gross posted yesterday, firing a 7 under 63 on this golf course yesterday. Scorching heat as well. Temperatures 95 yesterday, and the humidity here in Northern Virginia has certainly been something for these players to deal with.
Yeah, absolutely. We're used to it here. It's obviously a very humid part of the country this time of year, and you got to hydrate, you got to drink a lot of water, do everything you can, keep the nutrients in you. You can tell by Larkin's white legs that he is a PGA professional, so they're usually covered up this time of year. But a great round of golf from him yesterday, 7 under par. He's one of our best players in our Middle Atlantic PGA section, so not a total shock there.
Well, this final pairing, it's going to be a fun one for sure. And we will turn it over to our starter on the first tee and give you Nat sounds of the final grouping.
She's going to move after you announce it quietly. She'll walk over so she can get him, and Bo's already recording.
Yeah, good luck. Good luck. Yep. Yeah, good luck, boys.
Everybody ready?
Yeah. Good luck. Play well.
Hold on.
Yep, you're good.
Whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the second round of the State Open of Virginia. This is the 2:20 starting time. Playing first from Westwood Country Club, please welcome PGA professional Larkin Gross. Playing next from Williamsburg Golf Club, please welcome Rob Kinder. The final player in the 2:20 starting time from Dominion Valley Country Club, Please welcome Scott Shingler.
Good swing.
Oh, you can do that? Thank you. Appreciate your help. Hey, the cool thing for the broadcast, he won a car on Wednesday. Oh, he did? Yeah. Okay. Thank you so much. You got it. No problem.
Nice tee shots by this final pairing here today. And our leader through the opening round was Larkin Gross, who just teed off for member of Westwood Country Club. And Matt Pachilli had a chance to catch up with him after his round one 63.
The course played great. I drove it awesome. Putter was hot, and I put myself in good spots. The only time I was out of position was on 14. I hit one just really flush over the green and got up and down. So I made it feel really easy, even though golf's not an easy game. But no, it was awesome. It was a great round. I just came off of solo second at the Maryland Open on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. So I've been playing well, and it was nice to just kind of keep it rolling. When you're playing from the fairway today on this golf course, you can attack a little bit. Even some of the pins were in some tough spots, but I feel like we did a good job of being in the fairway, and when you're there, you can play a little bit more aggressive. If you're in the rough, you got to be super conservative. Make sure the ball doesn't run over the green. You get in some weird spots. But if you can hit it, you put yourself in good spots off the tee, you can really, start to play aggressively, as opposed to you start missing fairways, maybe not hitting it as solidly as you'd like. It starts to get a little, you got to change the game plan a little bit, play to the middle of the greens and have good speed with the putter. So just trying to keep it rolling, keep the momentum going. It feels nice to roll the putter good on these greens because they're so pure. If you're rolling it good, they just go in.
We would like to thank our event beneficiary, Virginians for Veterans. The mission of Virginians for Veterans is simple: support active and retired veterans together with their families while expressing their gratitude for their heroism and consistent persistence to protect our nation. To learn more, please visit virginiansforveterans.org. And we bring you to the first fairway here at Independence Golf Club. This first hole, playing 460 for the players here in round two today.
Yeah, Kendall, this is the flag that's tucked way on the left side here. It's only 6 paces. You're not going to see many guys going at this with a bunker short left as well. Smart play here. You're looking 20, 25 feet, flag high. Luckily, it is a pretty flat portion of the green. So, again, you just tough opening start here with a challenging hole. We just want to get off here with a nice comfy 4 and get our second round underway.
Scott Shingler from the middle of the fairway, hailing from Dominion Valley Country Club with his second shot here on the first. From 152.
Oh, and he got caught there short-sided. That's going to be a little of a challenging pitch. Hopefully it stayed in the fairway and didn't get into that rough cut.
Could be an interesting up and down coming for Scott Shingler. 2 of the 3 in this final group, amateurs, Rob Kinder and Scott Shingler. And, of course, Larkin Gross with the longest tee shot of the group. Fired a 63 on this course. Again, par 70 if you're just tuning in with us. And only 2 par 5s. I think it makes the course interesting this week for these players.
Yeah, it's, Rob's probably one of the longer players in the field here this week, and the only 2 par 5s kind of plays in his advantage because they're pretty long.
Gross staring it down. And nice shot.
Yeah, that's kind of what you're looking for right there. That's how you draw it up. You're 25 feet, flag high. Got to go look for birdie on a tougher opening hole.
Yeah. So Larkin Gross on the dance floor with a look here on hole 1. Larkin Gross at 7 under with a birdie putt on number 1. How about the 17-year-old Luca Rinaldi, though? 8 under par, our leader right now, as we alluded to earlier, coming off of a late-night visit to the ER after shooting 67 yesterday, steps out on the tee today, hooks his first tee shot, ends up firing a 65, and Matt Pacilli caught up with Luca as well. Let's hear from him.
Another good one. I mean, I would say a little 65. I mean, again, I'm going back in there trying to shoot even and got a couple of ones to fall. Hit a good putt on 12. That was a good one. When I knew that, I was like, yeah, we can start doing something. Putt on 12, it was about, I don't know, 30 feet maybe. I told my dad, I'm like, hey, it's just on the outside of the old cup. Hit it right there, rolled in with perfect speed. I think the afternoon there'll be some low scores, but I mean, I don't even know where I stand, to be honest with you. The putter was on. Putter's been on. I mean, I've worked really hard on it the past few months, so it's definitely feeling good. So hope for a low one tomorrow. Definitely all around the green, short game and everything. I would say the irons lacked a little. Irons and off the tee they're getting there, so do a little work tonight and then hope to be back out tomorrow morning, firing all cylinders. I mean, it was pretty calm, cool. I shot 67 yesterday, made a putt on number 9. I mean, I was just trying to shoot right around even, a couple under maybe, and clearly got it done today. Last night wasn't feeling good. Actually went to the emergency room, got an IV and stuff. It was bad. I was dehydrated quite a bit. They gave me 3 bags of saline and stuff. Was there till about 12:30, so not much sleep, but hopefully catch up on a little sleep tonight.
Schindler just caught the chip shot a little bit heavy here on number 1, and Mike, you alluded to that being a little bit of a tough up and down, short-sided of this pin that's tucked in that left corner.
Yeah, especially down in these low areas with all the rain we've been having here in Richmond. They're always going to be softer, wet. They get grainy Bermuda lies here, so depending on how that ball was sitting, it's challenging when you got about 6 paces of green to work with. The surface is above the player, and didn't catch that one the way he would like. Looks like he may be taking relief now from a sprinkler head.
Yeah, Bobby Goldstein is on the course, just informed me that he is getting relief. There was some standing water where he was, so he's getting relief of that. So Schindler is just off the green with putter in his hand here at number 1.
This should be coming to his right. It's going to be up over the edge of the green and then back down slightly towards the hole. Good line, but just sometimes tough to judge that pace coming out of the fairway cut.
A little bit of work left for his par. And Larkin Gross hit his second shot to about 20 feet. We'll have a birdie look on this first hole. And of course, Rob Kinder in this final group as well, firing a 64 yesterday. Oh, excellent putt there.
Yeah, good open putt. Nice, easy tap in here. Like I said, get the round started with a par and move on. This is a tough opening stretch at Independence.
Schindler, as we saw, has a little bit of work left for par.
Yeah, looks like Rob's up again, probably just inside of Larkin, so 20 feet or so here. Should be a pretty similar line as Larkin, breaking right to left, pretty flat.
Tracking it just short for Rob Kinder.
Yeah, a little short there, not a ton left, but you know, with all the moisture in these greens, they haven't quite got the speeds they wanted. I was chatting with Dan Taylor yesterday, the superintendent, who's done a great job. He was just he was hoping for a little more speed out of them this weekend, but again, just so much rain here in Richmond.
This will be a big putt right here for Schindler's momentum after just missing the green here on 1.
Yeah, don't want to start with a double here. You want to keep yourself in this game. You know, it's only the second round. We're not looking to win it today, just looking to keep hanging around.
Oh, excellent roll for Schindler. And he saves par after having to take relief. Oh. Check that. Bogey 5 on the first hole. Good tap in there as the final group through 1. And today's aerial footage is being brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Plan your next getaway at the Jefferson Hotel, nestled in the heart of downtown Richmond. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. That final group through the first hole here today as we take a look at the second hole. Just interesting with a 2-tiered green. What stands out to you, Mike, when you think about this second hole and obviously the fairway bunker on the right side?
Yeah, well, today it's about length. They pushed it back. Yesterday they had it up about 450 yards. Today it's playing a stout 490 yards. Everyone's just going to be stepping on driver. Front edge of that bunker is about 280 from the back tee, so it will be in play for some guys. But yeah, it's all a hole that you want today.
This par 4 playing long. There's a couple of those for sure. The tee box all the way back. Folks, the Old Dominion Group is a nationally specialty services contractor committed to adding value to every project and partnership when working with contractors, architects, and owners in the public and private sectors. Since getting started in 1981, the Old Dominion Group has been dedicated to service, quality, and safety while making a meaningful impact in local communities. Yesterday, when you think about this second hole, it was 282, Mike, to carry that bunker, but it is back about 30, 40 yards from that. So obviously some tee shots earlier, I was watching this in the morning rounds that have certainly landed in that bunker, but would take a massive poke to carry the right bunker.
Yeah, it's an over 300-yard carry to fly that bunker. You do got a penalty area along the left. The tee box kind of aims you towards that bunker, so you will see a lot of guys over there in the right rough as well. But yeah, driving is a premium at this golf course. One, because of the length. The rough can be a little juicy, get some funny lies, and driving is a premium for sure. Long and straight.
Yeah, no question about it. Playing 490 yards today, and you see tucked, guarded by those bunkers on the left side of the green as well.
Yeah, pretty similar hole location as we just saw in number 1. About middle right of the green, with a bunker short left there. Sorry, middle left. Excuse me. Got some bailout though. Again, we're looking 20 feet pin high right. The bailout is to the right in the collection area versus being short-sided in that bunker on the left.
Yeah, and you think you hit it even with the bunker there. You got, a little over 150 yards in. If you were to carry it, would certainly have less than 150 in. But this hole here, it'd be interesting to see how this final grouping plays it today. Yesterday, 450, so 40 yards back is the hole 2 tee box today.
Yeah, it's currently playing as the third hardest hole in round 2. Yeah, it's a beautiful drive down the right there.
Yeah. Well, Scott Shingler chunked his chip shot left of the green, then had to take some relief, ended up with a bogey 5 on the first hole. So he dropped the shot, and here he is on the second tee trying to get one back here on this long, massive par 4. And quick to pick up his tee. He liked that tee shot right down the middle here at number 2, Mike.
Yeah, and you can see how much further back he was there than Rob. Obviously, Scott being one of the seniors in the field, not going to hit it quite as long as these young bucks. So again, that's going to be kind of a theme we're going to talk about over the next couple of days is the length needed to really attack this golf course.
Yeah, no question about it. You think about Larkin Gross, got off to a nice start on the first hole here in round 2. Yesterday, birdied the first 2 holes, 1 and 2. Had back-to-back birdies. Of course, he had back-to-back birdies on 11 and 12 yesterday in his route to firing that 63, which, as we mentioned, certainly getting on it at a golf course like Independence that has so much history. And this is the 12th State Open that Independence Golf Club has hosted in this historic event, which says a lot about the club.
Yeah, I think it's a great venue, centrally located here in the state. It has big amenities, which help, a lot of space, a lot of infrastructure for a tournament of this size that you need. And, we were able to come back here. We were here for a handful of years. We left for a little while, and the State Open is now back. I believe it's our 4th year back for it. And, just a great venue, founded by some of a lot of history here in the state of Virginia.
This golf course opened in 2001. Hard to believe it's only 24 years old. Of course, was renovated by Lester George back in 2014, 11 years ago. So it's been a lot of changes. We talked about this being a par 70 for the tournament field this week, which is interesting. You and I had a conversation about that where it was previously a par 72, and they're kind of mimicking the Mid-Am that was here a season ago with playing this a par 70. And I think really gives this a unique look and perspective for players when only 2 par 5s on the golf course.
Yeah, we had a preview show the other night, and that was a topic that we discussed, just kind of taking away the par 5s, eliminating the easy birdie chances. We have some really tough par 4s, very tough par 3s on this golf course, and par 5s are where the birdies and eagles are made, and we're down one of those this year. So these guys are really going to have to grind to get those circles on the scorecard.
Shingler found the middle of the fairway here on number 2 after bogeying the first hole. And he's got 204 yards to the green. We mentioned this par 4 playing 490 today.
Yeah, from 205, you're not looking at this flag. Let's hit it to the middle of the green.
Here's Shingler's approach shot on number 2 here from 204.
Uh-oh, I think he's short-sided himself again.
Short and left, so Shingler will have yet again another tough up and down. And from the left rough, a little bit of no man's territory here for Rob Kinder, and he's going to trickle into the right rough, just right of the green.
Yeah, I believe that was Larkin Gross coming from the left rough there. And you can just see no control out of that rough there. I chatted with Larkin a couple times this week, and he just talked about the importance of hitting the fairway. It's really the only shot you have at making a birdie is coming out of the fairway. You just got no control. You could see that ball squirted right on him and then took off, just catching the primary rough on a little bit of a downslope.
And last to play is Rob Kinder. My apologies. That was Larkin Gross that has just missed the green, was over in that left rough. So big drive here and 155 yards left in for Rob Kinder.
Yeah, he can take this a little bit more aggressive now than the other two. Just having a much shorter club in, be able to hit it higher, a lot more spin, be able to control this easier. He can pinch in this target a little bit closer to this tucked left hole location.
Looked like a clean strike for Kinder as he stares it down. Yes, sir. Drops it within 6 feet. And a look at birdie here at number 2 for Rob Kinder.
Yeah, you can see the difference there. He was able to get that ball to stop pretty quickly, fire right at that flag. Don't have to worry about that ball squirting out to the right like Larkin's coming out of the rough.
Oh, Larkin Gross, a nice start out to his round after firing at 7 under 63 yesterday. Now, this is a guy, Mike, that you know personally. You obviously know what kind of person he is, but player, you've had the chance to interact with Larkin for many years, and he has certainly played big-time tournament golf and been in this situation many times before.
He has qualified through our national PGA Professional Championship and has made it to the PGA Championship 3 times in his career, including this year at Quail Hollow. And so, yeah, he knows how to get things done under pressure. This isn't going to phase him. He's a great tournament player. He knows he's just going to work his way through this. There's a lot of golf left here to play. But, yeah, he's perennially one of our best, one of our studs in our MAPGA section.
And so you get a look at Scott Shingler. We'll take a look back at that leaderboard as well as Gross parred the first hole, as well as Rob Kinder, who just knocked it to 6 feet. He'll have a look at birdie. And Shingler is short and left of this green. Will have a tough chip shot and tough up and down from that spot. And we mentioned this 2-tiered green. Same thing for Larkin Gross, who hit his second shot right from the left rough.
Yeah, he's coming off a little bit of a downslope here. Going to have to probably carry this just to the edge of the green and let it trundle down. It's going to be all downhill. Yeah, that didn't come out obviously as he wanted. Came up well short. He had to get that to the front edge of the green and let it trundle down that hill.
Well, Gross looks like he may drop one here. And here comes Scott Shingler's chip shot from just short of the green.
Yeah, it looked like that ball did not get in the bunker. He probably would have wanted it in the bunker, actually, to get a little more spin, to stop that a little faster. You can see how the ball released out on him coming out of the rough.
He's got a slippery putt coming back the other way for Shingler, who bogeyed the first hole, so he really needs that one to avoid this bogey start. Oh, Larkin Gross just off the green, left his pitch short on the fringe.
Yeah, this is going to be downhill after the first, 6 to 8 feet. And then it should be breaking a little right to left as it goes towards the hole.
Bobby Goldstein's our own course reporter. He's got more on this putt right here from Larkin Gross.
Second green. Larkin left it a little bit short. Now this is his third shot. He's going to have a tough putt here. Back to you, Kendall. really fast putt, as you can see.
Really nice speed for Larkin Gross there, Mike, just off the green. And, of course, you didn't want to drop a shot, but he could have possibly been staring at double bogey there with this two-tiered green.
Yeah, bogeys are going to happen. You don't want to make those big numbers. You're going to hit some bad shots, and sometimes just getting out of there with a bogey is good enough.
Folks, don't forget, this is round 2. The cut will be made at the conclusion of round 2, and we will have the third and final round with the top 60 and ties right here on the Championship Golf Network tomorrow. Final round coverage will be made available, so we're happy to be bringing you rounds 2 and 3 of this historic event. Scott Shingler needs this one for par to avoid a bogey start.
Yeah, great roll.
Nice up and down for Shingler.
Yeah, caught the edge. That's huge. That's a sigh of relief right there.
Clutch putt for Scott Shingler out of Dominion Valley Country Club. And Rob Kinder with a look at birdie here at number 2.
Yeah, there should be edge of the hole, nice and firm on these Bermuda greens, which can give some people a fit. But you just want to stay down, stay focused, hit a nice solid putt. The rest is kind of out of your control after that.
Kinder to move to 7 under par for the tournament. Excellent stroke.
Yeah, great birdie. I mean, very, very challenging hole today. To get a birdie there is a big bonus. You're really looking for par, and you take that, and you're just absolutely thrilled with birdie there at 2.
Larkin Gross to clean up for bogey. He'll take that. Drops a shot, so Gross will fall to 6 under for the tournament. Kinder moves into sole possession of second place for the tournament right now at 7 under par after birdieing number 2. And we will pick back up at number 3, the 415-yard par 4. Take a look at some other groups here up ahead.
This is a challenging long. Is going to happen a lot here at 3 with this back hole location. It's easy to one-hop it over. Got to get a lot of spin on that shot to stop it. Pretty good from there. I mean, it's all downhill from the back edge of that green towards the hole location today.
Yeah, hole 3, interesting hole here. Another par 4 that plays over 400 yards.
Yeah, it's usually a 3-wood for a lot of these guys. Some are hitting driver. They want to keep it out of that fairway bunker, kind of hug it down the left here. Will be a short iron or wedge for most guys this weekend. But tricky hole location today with it in this back portion. Not much space there left or right of the flag. Again, you'll see a lot of people that will be off the green kind of back left today.
Yeah, we'll get a chance here in just a second to show you the layout of this third hole. It is certainly one of the trickiest tee shots on the golf course, as Mike just mentioned. 3-wood for a lot of guys. And you can get completely blocked out on that left side. We'll go back to the aerial footage here in just a moment.
So putt from Drew Brockwell here. Good speed. Again, reading it up that slope there. Small tier.
Folks, once again, today's aerial footage is being brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Plan your next getaway at the Jefferson Hotel, nestled in the heart of downtown Richmond. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and its exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. And here's a look at that third hole, as we mentioned, playing 415, the par 4 today, with one of the trickier tee shots on the golf course. Mike mentioned a lot of guys going to take 3-wood off of this. You want to kind of be on that right side. If you hook it, you can get completely blocked out with a set of pine trees left. And we go back to the green here at number 3. This is the group just in front of our final group: Drew Brockwell, Adam Hooker, and Steve Soreo.
Yeah, this is Steve here. A little downhill putt. He was able to keep it on the back edge there, breaking towards the hole.
Oh, nice putt for Soreo. This is a group to pay attention to, Mike, as a lot of things going to shake and move on this leaderboard today, and a big putt there for Soreo.
Yeah, Soreo's hot. He actually just won an event at my club, the Foundry Golf Club. He won the Richmond Senior Am a couple weeks ago with a final round 64. So his game is in good form, and I know he's excited to kind of go against some of these youngsters when I was chatting with him on the putting green earlier today.
Here's Adam Hooker. Just lips it out here at number 3.
Yeah, again, you know, tough spot, tough up and down, missing it long left of this whole location. Not ideal. Just slid that par putt past.
We're going to keep it here at number 3. We're going to take you back to the fairway with Larkin Gross, Rob Kinder, and Scott Shingler. And Larkin Gross getting set to hit his second shot. Good tee shot for Larkin Gross, who just made bogey on that long 490-yard par 4 second hole today. He's got a good look here on his approach shot.
Yeah, this is a second shot that plays a little downhill, couple yards, no more than 2 or 3.
Finds the center of the green. So long putt for birdie for Larkin Gross.
Yeah, safe play. You're not going to see too many guys challenge this whole location unless they're all the way up. They've challenged driver and they're towards the end of the fairway there, and they have a sand wedge in where they can really control the spin. Larkin looked to lay back off the tee there, had a little something a little longer in, just kind of played smart to the center of the green.
This is Scott Shingler. He made an excellent par putt coming back, getting up and down from being short-sighted back on number 2. Finds the center of the fairway here at number 3. Here's his second shot. Similar spot to Larkin Gross. So long birdie putt. Good strike for Shingler, who is on the green at number 3. And a look at birdie. And right now, Rob Kinder, who just made birdie to move to 7 under par for the tournament, with a big poke off the tee in the fairway here.
Yeah, he's probably got about 115 or so, 120 from there. When you're hitting these wedge shots with someone with his speed, you really got to pay attention to be able to control that spin so it doesn't rip back. You kind of want to hit the one hop and stop.
Here's Kinder's second shot.
Yeah, and you can see there almost all 3 balls in the very similar spot, just not messing around with that back flag.
Folks, don't forget, live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Adventure down the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views. Unplug with family or friends in the Pocahontas State Park, Virginia's largest, with lakes, campgrounds, and miles of forest to roam. Refuel in Richmond's diverse food scene, from award-winning barbecue to global fine dining and everything in between. Golf might bring you to Richmond Region, but endless fun will keep you coming back. Go to www.visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay. A nice job by our final group here, Mike. Tee to green.
Yeah, you know what you're looking for. You know, it's kind of cliche to say, but fairways and greens are never a bad thing in a big event. You know, all three of these guys are going to have kind of similar putts. It's going to be a little slow going back up this hill to that back hole location. The other two, I'm not sure who's playing first here yet, but the other two will definitely be keeping an eye on what's going on at that hole with the golf ball as it slows down.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And you think about the momentum shift we just saw with Kinder making birdie back at the second hole and Larkin Gross making bogey after hitting his tee shot in that thick left rough.
Yeah, quick flip here in this lead group. Obviously with Luca on his couch in the AC, enjoying that morning round. I'm sure after going to the ER, he's looking forward to sitting down this afternoon and not playing in this heat, and hopefully he's enjoying this coverage.
And Mike, it's so interesting. You know, you and I had a chance to go out and shoot the golf course, ride the golf course yesterday, and I think most would agree this is a bomber's paradise of a golf course, and a lot of longer hitters in this tournament field. But this third hole right here, one of the more tactical tee shots and approach shots that you'll see, and especially with where they've moved some of these tee boxes today in this tournament.
Yeah, this is the one. You know, most of the tee shots here at Independence are fairly straightforward. This one, you really got to pay attention to your tee shot as far as the line that you're going to take. You hit it further right, that brings the fairway bunker into play. If you hit it too far left, like you mentioned before, you can get blocked out by the trees, especially when there's a left hole location. We'll see where they put it tomorrow, but definitely one that gives the player a little bit more thought than a few of the others out here.
Rob Kinder with a long birdie putt here at 3. Shingler and Gross, as Mike just alluded to, which is an excellent point, are going to get a little bit of a look at what this does around the hole. Good speed for Kinder.
Yeah, not too bad. Like I said, it's fairly slow up that hill.
Okay.
Last thing you want to do is blow it by 6 feet and have a downhill slider.
Kinder will put a spot on that one. And Larkin Gross will be next to putt. He was our round 1 leader that you heard from earlier with Matt Pachilli firing a 63 yesterday, as Mike alluded to his long outstanding career with chasing it at the tour level, but an incredible player. And his putt tracking.
Oh,
just short. But a tap-in par for Gross.
That had to look good to him. What you're looking for is low stress, right? The more stress you put on yourself, that just compounds on top of each other as the round goes on. As much as you can be low stress, and then jump at the birdie opportunities when they're there. You're not going to go out really seeking them. Just let the round come to you and see where you fall.
Shingler for birdie. Excellent putt as well, and a tap-in par So Shingler, after bogeying the first hole and dropping a shot, has made back-to-back pars at 2 and 3. A little bit of work left for Rob Kinder here to stay at 7 under.
Yeah, at this point, you're not looking at the leaderboard. You're not worried about anyone else. You're just kind of focused on your own game, your own emotions.
A solid stroke. See Luca Rinaldi at the top at 8 under par after shooting 65 earlier this morning. He is your leader right now. And Rob Kinder with a taps it in for par, stays at 7. Of course, Larkin Gross in this group as well at 6. And then a log jam as you go down this leaderboard.
Yeah, a couple of low rounds on the golf course right now. Justin LaRue, who actually plays out of the Foundry Golf Club, he's out there grinding every day. He's 5 under, making the turn through 9 today. Jonathan McEwen's also 5 under through 11 today. So some of the guys in the back of the pack, looking down the leaderboard here a little bit, there's a bunch of guys in red numbers starting to climb their way up.
We're going to move ahead. Drew Brockwell.
It looks like Connor Burgess, past champ here. Been out grinding on the G Pro Tour on hole 6.
Connor Burgess out of that rough finds a piece of the back of the green. Now back in the fairway.
This is Josh Spate, another one of our studs in our Middle Atlantic PGA section. Also a 3-time participant in the PGA Championship. Very nice shot there uphill. Sometimes can be hard to judge uphill in the wind to this whole location. You can't see the bottom of the flag, can't see the surface of the green. But a nice 10, 12 footer there for birdie for Josh.
Yeah, excellent second shot there for Josh Spate. Where's Bill Fetter from the club at Glenmore rounds this threesome group out here on hole 6, which is playing right at 400 yards today. Well, this 6th hole, as you saw the approach shots, you're going to get a look at their putts. Here's the aerial footage of this hole. And, of course, we want to remind you again, the Jefferson Hotel made this possible. Be sure to plan your next getaway at the Jefferson Hotel, which is nestled right in the heart of downtown Richmond. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. Now, this 6th hole is, we saw it, grass bunker left, fairway bunker right, that really off the tee, Mike, are not in play. It's the green that can cause some problems here on this 6th hole.
Yeah, these players aren't really paying attention to those bunkers. They're just hitting driver over it. And then it's about controlling that second shot again with not being able to see the surface. This whole location today is much easier than the one that was yesterday. This is on the bottom tier. You have a little bit of a backstop there. It looks like Connor may have hit it up top on the back shelf there. Yesterday's whole location was much more challenging, only a couple paces off the back edge. This one a little bit friendlier here for the players in round 2.
Once again, this is Bill Fetter, Connor Burgess, and Josh Spate in this threesome right here. They
have him unplugged until you want to give it to him.
In this afternoon wave.
So you could hold on to it.
Yeah, all 3 players here have quite a pedigree. Connor played at Virginia Tech. Like I said, won this state open here at Independence. Both Bill Fetter and Josh Spate are Mid-Atlantic PGA section champions. So all 3 of these guys can get hot here at any minute and start to make a charge up the board.
Connor Burgess, 1 under for the tournament. He's even par through 5 holes today.
This is going to be delicate coming down this hill. It's going to be hard to judge the speed. It's going to have a decent amount of break from right to left.
Oh, nice touch coming down the hill for birdie.
Oh, what a putt.
You betcha.
Wow.
Fireworks here at the 6th hole.
That's one that you're not planning on making. You just want to cozy it down. You're always trying to make the putt, but you don't always expect to make it. And that's one you're definitely not expecting to make. Hell of a birdie there.
Here's Bill Federer. At about 8 or 9 feet.
Yes.
Excellent putt for Bill Federer there. How about that? 2 excellent putts from Burgess and Federer. 2 birdies in this group. And now Josh Speight, who had an excellent second shot, with a look here.
Yeah, coming the opposite way. Bill just came, so this should be going a little right to left. You can see he pulled that, came off the heel, came left, right off the putter face. Not his best effort there.
He's going to take a peek at this one here. Just to clean it up for par. We're at the par 4 6th hole. Solid stroke coming back. So 2 birdies and a par here in this group right here that teed off at 140. A group to keep your eye on as things move and shake in this leaderboard at the 2025 State Open of Virginia. Here at the beautiful Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia, the spot today. We mentioned this golf course opened in 2001 and was renovated shortly in 2014, 11 years ago.
Yeah,
it's posed a challenge, no question about it today.
Yeah, they re-grassed the golf course, resurfaced the greens at Champions Bermuda, one of the few courses we have here in Richmond with the Bermuda greens.
Let's take a look at that roller coaster of a birdie putt for Connor Burgess that just happened a moment ago at this 6th hole.
Yeah, I mean, it looked good for a long way. It was tracking.
Oh my God.
You mentioned it, Mike. That's one that you're trying to lag down there, not expecting to make, but look what I found. And then the birdie from Bill Federer.
Yeah, right on top. It's always nice when you're in a group and you're seeing the golf ball go in the hole.
Yeah.
You know, you kind of want the whole group feeling some mojo and seeing the golf ball go in. You get one of those groups where the golf ball's not dropping. It has a tendency to wear on you a little bit.
Folks, today's aerial footage brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Be sure to plan your next getaway at the Jefferson Hotel, which is nestled right in the heart of downtown Richmond. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. As we're going to keep it here on the 6th, the par 4, and go back to the fairway here at hole number 6. Excellent job by our production crew. Great camera work today as well, bringing you all these angles out on the golf course. You've heard from Bobby Goldstein, who is our on-course reporter all weekend long. We'll go back to him shortly. Well, this group right here, Cameron Yancey, Vaughn McMeans, and Nick Rakes, getting set to hit their second shots here on 6.
Yeah, it looks like Cameron Yancey's getting ready to play. Cameron's a funny guy. I've known him for a while. He played a year on the PGA Tour actually in 2003, qualified for the 2009 U.S. Open, but he's now currently actually golf course superintendent at his home club.
Folks, we want to remind you that this segment is brought to you by the Old Dominion Group. Here's Cameron Yancey's second shot. Just right of the green for Cameron Yancey. That could be a tricky spot to get up and down from, Mike.
Yeah, that's going to be tricky. There's not going to be a ton of green to work with. It's going to be sloping away from him a little bit. He's looking, you kind of want to hit this 15 feet, 10 feet left of the hole, right where Bill Fetter was putting from, just in the group ahead.
Here's the amateur Vaughn McMeans from the golf club at Lansdowne, his home course. Trying to climb this leaderboard here on day 2. Oh, nice shot right in there.
Yeah, that's how you draw it up. Great distance control with the wedge there.
Vaughn McMeans with an excellent look at birdie here at number 6. And the longest drive of the group here, Nick Rakes with his second shot here at 6. Rakes, you betcha, throws a dart within 6 feet and a chance at birdie here at hole 6.
Yeah, one of those favorable holes here where you're looking to make a birdie, or you're kind of circling the scorecard as one that you can get a birdie. There's a few holes that we've already seen today that are just survive and advance holes, make par and get out of there. This is one with most guys hitting a wedge in that. Especially the favorable hole location today, this is one of your opportunities to score.
They'll make their way up to the 6th green. Here, Cameron Yancey got a tricky chip shot upcoming here on this 6th hole. And Cameron Yancey, 2 under par for the tournament. He's even par through 5 so far today. He's going to walk up and take a peek at this. I don't blame him. Not a lot of green to work with, as you mentioned, Mike.
No, I mean, there's 2 options here. You either go really high with it and try to use the height to stop it, or you're looking something a little bit lower, actually landing it short of the green, try to bump it into the hill.
Oh, beautifully done for Cameron Yancey. About as good as you could have done from that location.
Yeah, well played, landing it short of the green there. But it's always tricky, landing it into the Bermuda. You really got to make sure you're paying attention to the grain of where that golf ball lands. It's going to bounce differently depending upon if it's into the grain or down grain.
Oh, a couple of birdie putts coming up here at number 6. We just saw 2 birdies in the group before this with Bill Fetter and Connor Burgess. Let's go down to the green with Bobby Goldstein, who's got more on these birdie looks. We'll get back with Bobby Goldstein here momentarily, having some technical difficulties with his microphone, but here's a birdie putt. And you betcha, jars it right here at number 6.
Yeah, take advantage of that great shot.
Vaughn McMeans, 6. And now Cameron Yancey to try and save par. An excellent chip shot from just right of this green a moment ago. He's going to walk around to the other side and take a look at this one. We mentioned Mike Yancey, 2 under par for the tournament, very much in contention, and even par today. And this is one of those putts when you finish around that you're going to think back on. Can he save par and keep this momentum going right here midway through the front 9?
Yeah, where he is, you got to think in his mind. He's looking for, 3 or 4 under today at a minimum to keep within striking distance for tomorrow in the leaders. I would think he's thinking the leaders are going to get to double digits under par today. So that's a big par putt to keep the round going.
What a great roll. Great up and down after being short-sighted for Cameron Yancey. And Nick Rakes to try and clean this up. Saves par.
Yeah, a little disappointed there with that makeable birdie attempt after the great wedge. Won't love that, but off to the par 3/7, which is very challenging.
We'll keep it right here at 6. Go back to the fairway. This is Joey Lane, Alex Hoffman, and Talon Dingledine in this group here. And Dingledine will have his second shot left side of the fairway. Oh, just feeds it right in there.
Yep.
Mike, what is it about this 6th hole here? They are throwing darts at this flag up front today.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you get these guys with a wedge in their hand, they start licking their chops, especially when you have that that slope behind there. They have a little bit of a backstop that they can use. Players swing a little more aggressively, knowing that they're not going to come up short. That's going to help them spin it off it a little bit. Green light special here. Looks like Alex Hoffman coming out of the rough.
Another great shot for Hoffman.
Another good shot. But you can see the difference there in how much that ball bounced and released coming out of the rough versus Talon's coming out of the fairway that just stopped immediately.
So 2 birdie looks for Dingledine and Hoffman. He was a PGA professional out of Columbia Country Club. And last to play, Joey Lane. Wedge in hand. As Mike just mentioned, green light special today on hole 6 here at the State Open of Virginia. Oh, long on the top shelf, Mike.
Yeah, that's tough. Misjudged
Guys,
the distance,
Bobby,
landed on top.
everyone. Listen up
wasn't
to
able
everyone
to
right
use
now.
it.
Listen
that
up.
ball
No,
lands a couple feet shorter than that. It hits that back slope and stays there. Maybe even comes back towards the hole slightly. But that landed up top on that shelf and didn't have enough spin to come back down.
That could be an interesting putt coming down that slope. But I tell you what, we saw a long birdie putt from Connor Burgess, who was on that top shelf just a few moments ago. Let's take a look at the aerial footage. Of course, it is brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Folks, if you're planning your next getaway, be sure to visit the Jefferson Hotel, which is nestled right in the heart of downtown Richmond. You can enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. And, of course, we are grateful for all of our sponsors and our beneficiaries for this 2025 State Open of Virginia. We appreciate you tuning in on CGN. This is round 2. We'll have round 3 coverage tomorrow, third and final round. Right now, Luca Rinaldi, the 17-year-old, is at the top of this leaderboard at 8 under par after firing a 65 in the morning wave earlier this morning. And if you weren't with us at the top of our broadcast, that was after spending a night in the emergency room. He got a little bit dehydrated yesterday after his round, shooting 67, and just powered through today.
Yeah, anytime you have a scorecard with no squares on it, that's nice, whether you're winning the ER or not. Those bogey-free rounds are always very nice to have on the scorecard. Luca's only made 2 in the entire tournament so far. So obviously feeling good and in control of his golf ball right now.
This is going to be a roller coaster of a putt. It's similar to the birdie that we showed you back when Connor Burgess came through, just a few moments ago, up on that top shelf with the front pin location.
This shouldn't swing as much. Connor was coming from a little bit of a different angle, so there was a lot more. He had a lot more right to left break. This will be a little bit straighter as it comes down that slope, but still, really the key is the speed control here coming down. Can we judge that pace coming down the slope? If it goes in, awesome, but we just want to have perfect distance control here.
He's obviously playing this probably like it's a 3-foot putt. Let it just trickle down that slope here. Here's Lane for birdie.
Settle.
That's got to sit down.
It just trickles by coming off that slope. So he's got a little bit of real estate left, Mike.
Yeah, and that's the difference a couple feet makes, right? You and I were talking about all the different tiers. You know, while these greens at Independence are generally flat, there's a lot of them that do have tiers. And so being on the proper level is a big difference between, all right, I'm trying to make this putt to just get a 2-putt and get out of here.
Kendall Lewis, Mike Maroney, the head golf professional at the Foundry Golf Club, about 15 minutes down the road here from Midlothian, Virginia, and Bobby Goldstein, who is our on-course reporter today. Glad to bring you round 2 action at the State Open of Virginia. A birdie putt coming for Hoffman.
Slightly downhill, slightly right to left.
Just misses high, does Hoffman, and he'll have a tap-in par here at the 6th. And Dingledine with a good look at birdie right here and just got a read off Hoffman's putt.
Yeah, you can see Alex played a little too much break. Hopefully Talon learned a little bit. It's not going to break quite as much. We'll keep this a little bit tighter to the hole. Really probably just a half a cup outside or so. Ooh, that one snapped off a little bit for him.
It just snaps hard at the hole. So one high, one low. Dingledine's going to mark it for just a moment, take a peek at it, and of course, about 5 feet, maybe a little less, coming back for par for Joey Lane, who hit a short flip wedge to the top of that shelf on this 2-tier green here at 6. Trying to save par. Would be an excellent 2-putt from where he was on that top shelf. He is +1 already today, just 2 under, only 6 shots off the lead here with plenty of golf to play. Big putt right here for par. Solid stroke and rolls it in.
Yeah, good stroke.
How about that 2-putt from the top ridge, Mike?
Yeah, that's all you're looking for.
Yeah, and he'll stay at 2 under. Confident stroke for Hoffman, who knocks it in for par.
Talon recently committed, will be going to William & Mary to play golf in the fall. Has been one of the better juniors in the Richmond area.
And Dingle-Ding back of the cup for par. So 3 pars out of this group here on number 6. We go back to the fairway here at hole 6 as well. We're going to keep it right here. And folks, we want to remind you that this segment is being brought to you by M&E Contractors. M&E has provided simple solutions to complex commercial HVAC systems, electrical and plumbing construction for over 20 years. Our people are our greatest assets, and they've built lasting customer relationships. They take pride in knowing that building careers for their employees as well as developing strong leadership for future success is what really matters. M&E Contractors would welcome the opportunity to provide services for your next project. This is Drew Brockwell, Adam Hooker, and Steve Sorejo. We saw with a nice putt back earlier on hole 3. He's got wedge in hand here at 6. Oh, excellent shot. Go in. Just uses that ridge to his advantage that time, Mike, and backs it up within a couple of feet.
Yeah, I mean, that's what that slope's there for. That's why these players are kind of being aggressive to this whole location.
Here's Brockwell's second shot. Oh, chunky.
Yeah, he's not happy with that one. Drew's
not at all.
Drew's a good player. Played at Virginia Tech. We have a lot of those Virginia Tech guys in this field and in contention. It pains me to say that as a Clemson Tiger, but they have quite the college golf program. A lot of great players have come out of there. Drew's now in the commercial real estate world, but that's not what he was looking for. I was giving him a hard time this morning on the putting green. He won the Foundry Father-Child tournament a couple times and didn't list it as one of his greatest career accomplishments on his information form. Figured his dad would not want to hear that.
Well, he just chunked this one. Here's his third shot. Can he save par here? Oh, what a shot.
That's what he was looking for the first time. Again, didn't want to hit that chunk first, but it was nice. It's always nice when you hit a really bad shot to then follow it up with a really good one. You get a little sigh of relief there. Like, oh, hey, I can do it.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And if he can save par here, that's going to feel like a birdie almost after chunking his second shot. And Steve Sorejo, all the way at the top of this ridge. We've seen a few players find themselves on that second tier of this 6th hole today.
Yeah, similar spot we just saw Joey Lane putt from down the slope. This one will be breaking left to right. You can see a good away from Joey a little bit there in the previous group.
Yeah, roller coaster of a putt. We saw Connor Burgess jar it from the top shelf. Joey Lane able to two-putt from up there just a moment ago. And Bobby Goldstein is on the 6th green with more on this putt coming for Sorreo.
Thanks, Kendall. Bobby G. On the 6th green here, this green has been treacherous all day long. I have seen a couple birdies so far. I've got 2 unbelievable opportunities right here within 4 feet. Very exciting. This green is lightning fast. Buckle your seatbelts. Back to you, Kendall.
Lightning fast they are. In fact, we're rolling 11.5 on the stimp meter yesterday. And Mike, I know that the head super here told you that they wanted them even faster than that, but some rain has come through the area this week here in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, he said he mowed them 4 times the other day prior to the event to try to speed them up. They were about 11.5 yesterday for the first round. Just couldn't get them. Ideal, he was looking for 12.5 on the stimp meter, but we've had so much rain, there's so much moisture, and then just kind of a little sticky because of that.
Here's Sorreo for birdie from the top shelf. Pretty good speed from up there.
Yeah, well judged. You could see he basically just trickled that over the edge and let gravity do the rest.
He'll mark that, but he's got an uphill putt coming back to try and get out of this 6th hole with a par.
Looks like Larkin Gross back on number 4, made a birdie, get back to even for the day, tied with Rob Kinder.
Yeah, those two we're going to see here making their way to the 6th tee right now. They're right behind this group. And Brockwell saves par after chunking his second shot about 30 yards. That's got to feel like a birdie getting out of this 6th hole with a par.
Yeah, you could see Drew with a little shake of the head and a chuckle. Went from a birdie opportunity to big sigh of relief with the par there.
How about Brockwell staying 1 under on the day and just 4 shots off the lead, 4 under for the tournament. Big up and down for Brockwell. And this for birdie right here, to save par for Sorreo. And he taps it in. Excellent 2-putt for Sorreo. Adam Hooker threw the dart in here. This is for birdie.
Adams had a little bit of a struggle to start this round. He will be jonesing to get this one, get a circle on the scorecard.
Now that gets him back +1 on the day, and Hooker now 2 under for the tournament and plenty of golf to play. We're in round 2 of the State Open of Virginia here at Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia.
Currently, we got 24 players in red numbers for the event. Justin LaRue out on the back 9 right now, 6 under through 12 holes today, 5 under for the tournament, making a charge along with Ross Funderburg, who's 4 under through 6 holes today.
Yeah, folks, we're going to try to get cameras on as many of these players as possible today. LaRue and Funderburg red hot right now, making their way up the leaderboard. We'll get back to that in just a moment. Folks, once again, if you're planning your next getaway, remember the Jefferson Hotel. It is located right in downtown Richmond. You can enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will keep you coming back time and time again as we give you more aerial footage of the beautiful Independence Golf Club here in Midlothian, Virginia. How about 12 state opens that this club has hosted in their 24-year existence. I know the folks at the VSGA are very happy with Independence Golf Club, and I think probably safe to say we'll see many more of these events held at Independence in the future.
Yeah, Gift Breed and his team here at Independence do a great job. Like we said earlier, it's a great venue, especially for how long these players are getting these days, and to have the flexibility with some of these holes to make them par fours and really challenge the player is just a great stroke play golf course.
Folks, the State Open of Virginia is jointly administered by the MAPGA and the VSGA. The MAPGA is an association of over 1,250 PGA club professionals in Maryland and Virginia who work every day to grow the game of golf through instruction, event planning, and bringing new people into the game. They are proud to be stewards of the game and experts in the business and game of golf. The VSGA, founded in 1904, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing a full range of services to golfers and golf clubs in Virginia, including handicapping services, access to competitions, junior golf, and education on the rules of golf and rules of handicapping.
Since its inception in 1925, the Middle Atlantic PGA has emerged as one of the largest and most influential of the PGA of America's 41 sections.
Congratulations to the Middle Atlantic PGA on 100 years of making a profound impact on the game. It's where I grew up and learned to love the sport, and I'm proud to call the section my home. The Middle Atlantic PGA professionals are the section's heart and soul, who have worked tirelessly since its founding to make it a game everyone can love. A big salute to all of you on this milestone, and here's looking to another 100 years of greatness.
All right, handicaps?
Nah, I just play for fun.
Fun? You know what's fun? Playing anybody, anywhere. Yeah, even them. Unlocking your potential, then smashing it. That's fun. Gaining confidence, getting the bug.
Come on, get in the hole, get in the hole, get in the hole! Yes!
Fun? We're just getting started. Get with the game. Get a handicap index.
Our final group of the day in the middle of the fairway on hole 6. As we come back to you, Scott Shingler getting a yardage on this here from the center of the fairway. It'll be interesting to see what this final group does on their second shots here. We've seen a little bit of everything today, Mike, on this 6th hole. An interesting pin location in that front right, with tucked just beneath the second tier of this green. And of course, Shingler has had a couple of nice up and downs in his round so far today. We saw earlier within his first 3 holes.
Yeah, this front 9 is kind of grouped in threes. You know, holes 1, 2, and 3 are pretty challenging. Then you get some birdie opportunities at 4, 5, 6. And then especially this year with the change at 8, 7, 8, 9, there's another 3-hole stretch that's really going to challenge these guys. So kind of a last real birdie chance here for a few holes.
Yeah, 3 straight multi-tier greens as well to follow up this 6th. Here's Shingler. Pulled his hand off the club pretty quick.
Yeah, didn't strike that as he wanted to. A little chunky, a little short of the green.
Could tell by his body language there. Didn't like that one. A little bit short for Shingler.
Yeah, he had 2 clubs in his hand there. You wonder if he was just a little indecisive on his club selection. Didn't make a real aggressive swing at it.
Last to play in this group, Rob Kinder. Who is just nipping at the heels in this leaderboard. Kinder currently 7 under for the tournament, 1 under par today. We saw him make it a birdie earlier in the round, and a flip wedge in here to number 6.
Yeah, you see the ball rolling back there.
Is he going to hang on?
Yeah, they didn't quite fly it as far as he was looking for, and then backspin took it off. A little bit of a false front there.
We're going to take a look at Larkin Gross's second shot here on this 6 that happened just before we came back to the middle of the fairway. He threw a dart. Take a look.
Looks like this ball just missed an old divot. Oh, yeah.
How about that? Using that ridge to his advantage. And Larkin Gross, Mike, you alluded to it, starting to heat up here midway through the front 9. Has a chance at birdie and a chance to move to 8 under par, which would tie Luca Rinaldi at the top of this leaderboard.
Yeah, great opportunity there.
Shingler wanted to take a peek, and it's interesting, Mike, because we've seen the misses kind of be right of this pin, short-sided. We've seen the misses be on the back shelf, the second tier. Bobby Goldstein's got more. He's on the green with a couple that are short of this pin.
Thanks, Kendall. Bobby G on 6th green. Unbelievable speed today on this green. Got 3 really good shots in here. One of them is really stiff by Larkin Gross. The 2 others are just off the front of the green. They've both been playing great today, but this is an uphill putt, all uphill, and they both are playing for a birdie 3. Looks like Scott's going to go first. Back to you.
Shingler just away. And thanks, Bobby. We appreciate you down on the green today. Excellent analysis from Mike Maroney and Bobby Goldstein here on CGN today. What a treat to have you guys and to be able to share the booth with you guys today. Here's Shingler just off the green. Nice roll.
Just slides by.
Tell you what, Shingler, Mike, has put himself in some tough positions today, but he always seems to find a way to get up and down. He has had some incredible 2 putts, incredible up and downs that we saw earlier in the round.
Yeah, you know, he hasn't exactly struck his irons like he would have been hoping for to start this round. He's kind of one of those frames where you're just trying to grind it out here for a little bit, see if you get this swing dialed in a little bit more so we can start attacking here. But you know, when you're in that mode and the swing's not exactly comfortable, it's let's just make pars. Let's just find a way to grind through this, limit the damage.
Shingler trying to keep himself in contention. He's done a nice job of that. Even without striking his irons maybe as well as he'd like so far. He's only +1 on the day, 2 under for the tournament. And Rob Kinder will be next to play.
Yeah, first part of this putt is up a pretty severe false front. Going to level out at the hole. Well, as you saw with Scott's putt, it's going to make its way from left to right. It did, just not as much as he would have thought.
Nice speed there from Kinder. And Larkin Gross with about 3 feet for birdie and a chance to get back to the top of this leaderboard and to tie Luca Rinaldi, who will be at 8 under par, fired a 65 earlier today. This to move to 8 under par for Larkin Gross. Yes, sir. Larkin Gross back to 8 under par. And an excellent birdie here at number 6.
Three perfect shots there from Larkin for a nice birdie. Scott here looking to clean up his par.
Shingler with a bit of a tester here. Does it again. Good par save for Scott Shingler here at number 6. Two-footer for Kinder to save par. And he does. Well played by this final group here at hole 6 as we move along at Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia. Two tied at 8 under now. A birdie for Larkin Gross, who is 8 under for the tournament as they head to 7T.
Yeah, now we got a demanding par 3 here. Currently playing a quarter of a stroke over par, 5th hardest hole for the tournament. They had it up a little bit yesterday with the pin on the back shelf. Today we got the pin on the front shelf, but they moved the tee box back. Playing about 205 to the 7th green.
Folks, today's aerial footage brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Plan your next getaway at the Jefferson Hotel, which is nestled in the heart of downtown Richmond. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will keep you coming back time and time again as we take a look at the 7th hole here at Independence Golf Club at Midlothian, Virginia. This 7th hole, interesting, playing 195 today, a 2-tiered par 3 that can give players a roller coaster of a putt, especially where you look at where this pin's tucked today. Mike, it can be a challenging par 3 and, of course, multiple boxes that they can move this hole from today at 195.
Yeah, it's another one, kind of a similar hole location as we just saw in 6. There's a little bit of a false front, but then we do have a backstop there, which is going to help with these guys hitting a lot longer clubs in. I'm showing about 190 front edge to this green today. Really, you want to carry it a little bit further because of that false front.
And it's got a bunker guarding it just right of that green as well.
Yeah, bailout's left. That bunker is pretty deep, pretty far below the surface. It's 5 paces tucked to the edge of that bunker there. So you're looking middle of the green left. Even if you hit it in that collection area, down off the left, it's not a bad pitch up the hill.
This is 7 green, an excellent putt right there for Steve Sorreo, who will tap it in. Adam Hooker and Drew Brockwell also in this 210 grouping as well. Yeah, this pin today, front right. And you can see the ridge. We talked about it, 6, 7, 8, you get 3 multi-tiered greens in a row. Here's Brockwell.
Looks like he thought that ball was going to leak a little right at the end and just stayed straight on him. Again, these greens are befuddling to a lot of guys. I thought it was just me and why I missed the cut of this event so many years and why I'm sitting next to you now. But it was nice to hear past champs of this event also get befuddled with these greens.
Yeah, you and I had a great conversation, I think, on the course yesterday about as well with Bermuda greens and sometimes giving you a little bit different look than you imagine.
Yeah, the balls it just rolls a little different. We're so used to the bent, which is a much more truer roll with the grain that you get in this Bermuda grass. You really got to pay attention to that, not just the pure slope of the green, but are we, in grain, down grain, side grain? It just adds another layer of something else to think about.
Live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Adventure down the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views. Of course, folks, you can unplug with the family or friends in the Pocahontas State Park, Virginia's largest, with lakes, campgrounds, and of course miles of forest to roam. Refuel in Richmond's diverse food scene, from award-winning barbecue to global fine dining and everything in between. Golf might bring you to the Richmond region, but endless fun will keep you coming back. Go to visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay. We go to 7T, Larkin Gross, who just made birdie to tie Luca Rinaldi at 8 under par atop the leaderboard.
Just carries that false front there.
In front of the green, not a bad place to be. You'll have a putt. Chance to try and make back-to-back birdies.
And I mean, from a golf shot that's over 200 yards, the PGA Tour average from this distance, you're looking 31 feet or so for the best players in the world. So you get this anywhere on this bottom shelf, you're happy.
Kinder.
Yep, well played.
Yep, finds that front part of the green, as you just mentioned. And he'll have a look at birdie as well. And now Steve Sorreo, who has made some incredible up and downs today. Or excuse me, Scott Shingler, my apologies, has made some incredible up and downs today. And just saving par back at the 6th. Shingler didn't like that one.
No, another one-hand finish. He's just fighting his golf swing right now. That happens. But this is a finicky game. You can find it at any second. You can hit on one little thing, and that switch can be flipped. Right now, he's fighting it though.
Well, you mentioned it earlier. Shingler hasn't quite struck his irons as well as he'd like so far through 6 holes, but short game has been working out for him, and he'll try and get up and down here from that front left.
Yeah, he'll have a decent amount of green to work with. He'll be pitching back up into the slope, which will help stop it a little bit faster.
And Scott Shingler, Rob Kinder, and Larkin Gross in this final 220 pairing today. They were the tops after yesterday's play. And of course, how about Luca Rinaldi firing a 65 earlier this morning to move to 8 under par, with Larkin Gross making birdie back at the 6th to tie it. There were a couple of points, we alluded to it earlier in the broadcast, where Larkin Gross yesterday had back-to-back birdies.
Yeah, did it 3 times yesterday.
Yeah.
1 and 2, 5 and 6, and 11 and 12, and then capped it off with a bookend birdie at 18. I didn't see his finish. He was 6 under, and I mildly offended him, I believe, when I saw him on the putting green after. I said, "Hey, nice finish. You get in at 6." He's like, "No, I made birdie on 18." So I shorted him a stroke there yesterday.
Yeah, bogey-free round. with 7 birdies, a 63. Scott Schindler with green to work with. Going to try and pull off another miraculous up and down here at 7.
Yeah, coming out of the rough, it's going to release on him. Looking to try to probably fly this just past the front edge of the green. Let it roll up there. Yeah, not too bad.
Good chip shot from Schindler.
A little pressure there on this putt. Going to about have 8 feet left for par.
The way the putter's been working out for Schindler. He's been red hot with the flat stick, getting up and down multiple times so far early in his round. Kendall Lewis, Mike Maroney, Bobby Goldstein on course here with you today on the Championship Golf Network, formerly known as the College Golf Network. Larkin Gross and Rob Kinder, 2 great shots to feed it in here at 7. We're kind of eyeing that radar right now because there is some weather in the forecast in Midlothian, Virginia.
Yeah, we weren't able to finish round 1 yesterday. Play got called. It was a bunch of, you and I were out there scouting the golf course, and we kind of made a scurry back to the clubhouse those last few holes there, seeing lightning in the distance. They had to pull them off and just weren't able to get them back out there with some, for safety of all the players and spectators. So had to come out early this morning. A lot of these players that played in the morning wave today finished their first round and then complete their second round.
Kinder, long birdie putt. Just burns the edges.
Real good putt there. Hit his line. Great pace. Just past the hole. You don't expect to make that kind of putt, but when the result is just past the hole, just on the high side, you're okay with that. You know your stroke is feeling good.
Hey, you were talking about the weather delay yesterday, and some of the players had to come back at 7:30. How difficult is that? Of course, you got to turn back around and start your second round later. And fortunately, pretty much every tee time on schedule today, especially this final grouping at 2:20.
Yeah, it's awkward. It changes your prep, right? All of a sudden now you're here a lot earlier in the morning than you thought, waking up earlier, you're starting your warm-up earlier. And then it's, sign your scorecard and almost get turned right back around. Ooh, great putt there by Larkin.
Boy, Gross looking for back-to-back birdies. Just burns the edges, and he'll tap it in for par. The Larkin Gross, 8 under for the tournament. And Scott Schindler trying to get up and down.
Those rain delays, they're not fun for the players. They're really not fun for the staff. As a PGA professional running some tournaments, I happened to stick my head in the war room last night, and it's pretty stressful. A little chaos, trying to coordinate all that, coordinate with the superintendent and his team, alter tee times. Josh coach Bob Hines with the MAPGA and VSGA did a great job maneuvering that.
Schindler just can't quite connect on that par putt, and he will drop a shot, a bogey here at 7. Folks, we want to remind you that today's segment brought to you by M&E Contractors. Rob Kinder's got a few feet to clean this up for par, and he does. Great 2-putt for Rob Kinder, who was hanging around here in round 2 amongst some of the tops on the leaderboard here at the 2025 State Open of Virginia. At Independence Golf Club, there's more than meets the eye. Yes, it's an award-winning Tom Fazio design, consistently ranked among Virginia's top public courses. A scenic layout with pristine fairways, challenging play, and a reputation for exceptional conditions. But step beyond the course, and you'll find so much more. Independence is one of the region's premier event venues with elegant indoor and outdoor spaces, full-service planning, and luxury overnight accommodations. Whether it's a wedding, a corporate retreat, or a weekend getaway, everything is thoughtfully designed for comfort and celebration. You can dine at Tavern 19, where the seasonal menu is local and elevated. Enjoy weekly specials, live music, and a space where community comes together. On the course or on the range, Independence is also a place to grow the game with a state-of-the-art practice facility and a home for the Robbins Junior Golf Program and First Tee of Greater Richmond. With over 200 acres of rolling countryside, the setting is as memorable as the moments made here. A golf destination, a gathering place, a community hub, Independence Golf Club, more than just a great course. And folks, just a few weeks ago, we were at Farmington Country Club over in Charlottesville, Virginia, where Cavalier Kennedy Swedick was able to cap off the 2025 Women's State Open of Virginia. Talk about a tough course. Farmington posed a challenge for players over the course of those 3 days. At Kennedy Swedick, just an incredible showing in her time as you take a look back at some of those crucial shots coming down the stretch of the final round. And, of course, fired a 68 on Monday and then a 1 par 71 in the final round, where Kennedy Swedick was able to capture the 2025 Women's State Open of Virginia Championship at Farmington Country Club, another beautiful venue to host a state open. And congratulations to Kennedy Swedick for winning that 2025 Women's State Open of Virginia. And, of course, getting it done where she plays her college golf at the University of Virginia. We were certainly blessed that the MAPGA and the VSGA had CGN in to broadcast that historic event as well. And what a showing for Kennedy Swedick. Going back in late June to capture that one. And certainly one that she will never forget to continue her momentum throughout her college career.
Much different golf course than what we're playing this weekend. Yeah, it's much more strategic off the tee, more dog legs, not quite a bomber's paradise like we have here this weekend in Independence. So she played great. Got a nice little shower.
Yeah, and she had some college teammates that were in that tournament field as well, and of course some Virginia alums. Lauren Greenleaf, who tied for 5th in that event, and Elise McCleary in a tie for 8th, who are also and were also Virginia Cavaliers. And you see Kennedy Swedick at the trophy ceremony there, hoisting up the hardware at Farmington Country Club. Certainly one of the top amateur events, not only, of course, in the state, but when you think about the Middle Atlantic. And we are back here at Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia, where this year's Men's State Open of Virginia is an event jointly administered by the MAPGA and VSGA. The MAPGA is an association of over 1,250 PGA club professionals in Maryland and in Virginia who work every day to grow the game of golf. Through instruction, event planning, and bringing new people into the game, they are proud to be stewards of the game and experts in the business and game of golf. The VSGA, founded in 1904, is a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing a full range of services to golfers and golf clubs in Virginia, including handicapping services, junior golf programs, education on the rules of golf, and the rules of handicapping.
Since its inception in 1925, the Middle Atlantic PGA has emerged as one of the largest and most influential of the PGA of America's 41 sections.
Congratulations to the Middle Atlantic PGA on 100 years of making a profound impact on the game. It's where I grew up and learned to love the sport, and I'm proud to call this section my home. The Middle Atlantic PGA professionals are the section's heart and soul, who have worked tirelessly since its founding to make it a game everyone can love. A big salute to all of you on this milestone, and here's looking to another 100 years of greatness.
All right, handicaps?
Nah, I just play for fun.
Fun? You know what's fun? Playing anybody, anywhere. Yeah, even them. Unlocking your potential, then smashing it. That's fun. Gaining confidence, getting the bug.
Come on, get in the hole, get in the hole, get in the hole! Yes!
Fun? We're just getting started. Get with the game. Get a handicap index.
For the players who've walked its fairways year after year, Independence isn't just a great golf course. It's a place full of memories, quiet details, and daily fee access with championship-level respect. It's where hospitality meets grit and where the State Open just feels right. And our final group makes the turn here in round 2 of the 2025 State Open of Virginia with 2 tied at 8 under par. We head to the 10th hole of the Virginia Men's State Open here just a few moments on CGN.
This was like probably the first golf course I came and played golf at. I can remember playing down at the par 3. And then played high school golf here, James River High School. So not only, the State Open, but, I've been here for a while. And so to win it here, it means a lot. It's pretty cool.
It's fun to go out to Independence, just kind of see a couple of the guys, and I think it just gifts attention to detail. I mean, it's a daily fee golf course, but it is maintained like a private club. I mean, it's always in good shape. As a championship test, it's a pretty good golf course, a pretty tough golf course.
Independence Golf Club I'm biased because I've had success there, but I love it, and I think it's a great venue for the State Open.
And Gift does a wonderful job with hospitality, with just making everybody welcome. But it's a really good test.
A lot of fond memories at Independence, particularly around the State Open, and I'd love to get back and play it again.
We welcome you back to second round coverage here on the Championship Golf Network of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. Kendall Lewis, our analyst Mike Maroney, and our on-course reporter Bobby Goldstein. We welcome you back to round 2, where we go to the 10th green, which is a drivable par 4 today. It's interesting, playing just over 300 yards, and you think about this from where this tee box is today. all three of these players here with Cameron Yancey, Vaughn McMeans, and Nick Rakes, who just hit it tight, have birdie putts, Mike, here on this 10th.
Yeah, it's you say drivable, which it is for some guys.
For some guys.
For some
Yeah.
guys. Not everyone. As the crow flies, it's about a 300-yard carry.
Yeah.
It is a little downhill. There's really not much wind today. This can be a downwind hole. So if you have the firepower, if you're looking to press, I've seen plenty of guys hit it on this green, fly it on the front edge. The pin's in the back today, which actually makes it a little bit easier. If you're going to go for it, you can land on the front edge and chase back there. All three of these players chose the safe route, the boring route, which I'm usually an advocate for boring golf. Keep yourself in the hole, especially when you're just going to be hitting a hybrid, fairway wood off the tee, and then leaving yourself a wedge for the approach.
You know, we shot it yesterday when we were out there from 301 front edge, but there is a false front on this green here at number 10. But all three of these players have played this hole smart, and they've left themselves birdie looks. This is Cameron Yancey from about 15 feet with a good opportunity here at 10.
I'm worried he's going to hit his feet with how close he stands to the golf ball. Nice pace.
Yancey will tap that in for par here at number 10.
Cameron coming off a nice birdie at 9. One of those challenging par 3s we talked about. Anytime you make a 2 on a scorecard, that's a big win. It's almost like skipping a hole.
Yeah, Vaughn McMeans in this group, 2 under par today after shooting 68 yesterday, 2 under. He's 4 under for the tournament.
Yeah, good putt.
Solid stroke here. A good birdie at 10.
Or that was Nick Rakes.
Yeah,
This
Nick
is-
Rakes. He
yeah.
threw it tight. So Nick Rakes makes birdie. This is McMeans for par here at number 10. Nice roll. We're going to stay on number 10 here for a while. This group here that just leaving the green, they're the 150 group today. And of course, you've got the 210, and 220, the 3 groups behind that will all be making their way to number 10. And this hole 10, of course, the aerial footage brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. You can plan your next getaway downtown Richmond with luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. And we say drivable. Mike, you made a great point. There are some heavy hitters in this field that can reach it, but most have gone the smart route that we know of today, is including this group with Yancey, McMeans, and Rakes that we just witnessed. And
Yeah.
Joey Lane, Alex Hoffman, and Talon Dingledine coming up, 3 that can hit it a long way. We'll see what they do.
Yeah, you got a large bunker there left. About 250 to it. It's 278 to clear it from this back tee box that they're playing from today. If you're going to lay up, I'm an advocate of if you lay up, lay up. I wouldn't challenge that bunker and try to hit it over the bunker. It's going to leave you an awkward pitch, especially to this back right hole location today. You're better off laying back well to the right and short. Have a nice full wedge. It's not necessarily a shelf back there like we've seen on a couple other holes, but this green can actually slope away from you a little bit if you get it landing just past this flag.
Here's a look at that leaderboard again. 2 atop. Rinaldi and Gross at 8 under par. Rob Kinder in that final group as well, nipping at the heels. He's 7 under today. And then how about LaRue and Funderburg, who have had great second rounds? We have not seen them live yet, but they are making a charge on the back nine up the leaderboard here at Independence Golf Club.
Yeah, Justin LaRue, 7 under on the day, 6 under for the tournament through his 16 holes today. Bogey free. Has put himself squarely in the mix for this tournament now, and that's kind of what you're looking for in round 2. You know, the guys that we're following today they're not worried about the cut line. I was always the bubble boy, worried about the cut line in this event. These guys are not worried about the cut line. They're trying to position themselves for tomorrow. You're not really looking at the leaderboard. But yeah, a couple great rounds out there ahead of these lead groups.
Well, we began this tournament yesterday afternoon with 144 players. There will be a cut after round 2 concludes to the top 60 in ties, and there's a lot of players right on that cut line right now as things start to get interesting here in the latter half of round 2.
Yeah, just hard to control it. You can see he missed the green there just by really just a few inches and just wasn't able to control the spin landing on that little top shelf.
That looked like Joey Lanes, who just missed right. Here's Alex Hoffman with a wedge in hand. Second shot here at 10.
A little past the flag. Not too bad. You're actually almost putting back uphill from that angle.
And Talon Dingledine, we've just received word, hit driver off the tee over the green, Mike. And they are searching for his golf ball now. We mentioned there's a few heavy hitters that can fly that, but my goodness, what a poke off the tee.
Yeah, I mean, there is a downslope back there. That's almost flag high at that point left of the green there. So you're talking a 310, 315 carry. You know, if he gets that ball turning over, there's no real chance of it stopping landing on that downslope. I believe that area is marked as a red penalty area. So no lost ball situation that he would have to go back to the tee. But may look like he has to take a one-stroke penalty here and drop, and then, you know, that's the risk, right? Risk-reward.
Risk-reward hole, and plenty of those on this golf course. Do you like the play where the tee box is set up today, or are you kind of leaning more toward just give yourself a flip wedge in?
I'm more of an advocate for boring golf. I would say hit it. I mean, if it's final round and you're 3 back needing an eagle to make a charge, I think you do it. If you have the length, you do it, use it to your advantage. Round 2 with that back flag, because if you hit on the middle of the green, it's great, obviously. Captain Obvious statement there. But there's not many good areas to miss with this back right flag tucked there. So I would be more of an advocate for laying up, hitting a wedge.
They are still trying to find this golf ball, and it really just runs off back there too, as you can see.
Yeah, he's going to be well, if he does have to take a drop, he's going to be well below the surface of the green. We'll barely be able to see the flag. Some would say I'm so short I wouldn't be able to see the flag, but
Dingledine has played well today. I mean, he's +2, even par for the tournament. And you think having back-to-back bogeys on 2 and 3, did not get off to a great start, but did close out the front 9 with a respectable 37, playing even the rest of the way after those back-to-back bogeys. And while they search for that golf ball, folks, we want to remind you this segment of CGN's second round coverage is brought to you by Real Property Management. With offices across Virginia, Real Property Management specializes in full-service property management for residential rentals. Whether you're a real estate investor with a single home or an entire portfolio, they handle everything from leasing and maintenance to accounting. Built by investors for investors, that's the Real Property Management difference. Reference Real Property Management sponsorship of the State Open of Virginia to get your first month of services free.
If I can say so myself, tremendous company. I happen to be married to the principal broker of the company. So I was obligated to say that.
No bias, right? No, we appreciate Real Property Management and their sponsorship, and certainly are an incredible company. And Dingledine with a lost ball over the back of this green. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back on number 10 here. Interesting stuff here in the second round of the Virginia State Open.
All right, you got this, buddy. Good job. Nice. Good job. Hey,
Daddy, I'm doing it.
Yeah, hang on. I got to deal with his rental again.
Dad, look at me.
Come on.
Well, we come back to you here at hole number 10 where Dingledine did hit it into the penalty area. It was a bit of a risk reward here at number 10, but got to try and get out of here. Plenty of golf left to be played, Mike.
Damage best you can. Got a little green to work with. This ball should kick fairly good to his left when it lands. Is that? Yeah, not too bad from down there.
No, not bad at all.
Below the surface.
Blind chip shot coming back up. Not bad at all. Dingledine gambled and unfortunately drove it into the penalty area. And now we go up to the green. Of course, Alex Hoffman, Joey Lane in this group as well. Folks, we are going to see the final two groupings come through this 10th hole as well, so be sure you stay tuned. Let's go down to Bobby Goldstein, who is on the 10th green with this grouping.
This is a really interesting ruling down here on the 10th hole. The ball came to rest inside the before the red line, before the water hazard, and in trying to drop it to get relief because of the stance, he had to drop it, and all three times it rolled into the hazard. The rule official finally allowed him to place the ball, and now he hit it back on, and now he'll be trying to sink this next putt for par. Back to you, Kendall.
Thanks, Bobby. Interesting par putt coming up for Talon Dingledine. Alex Hoffman is next to play.
This is a great look here for birdie. Yeah, I don't think he cut that solid. He didn't like it right away. He barely crept to front edge. Tap in par, which is never bad, but this is one of those real good birdie chances with a wedge in your hand.
Big putt for Dingledine.
Another, as soon as he hit it, he almost didn't like it. Came up out of it, knew it was low.
Tough break for Dingledine, who hits it into the penalty area here at number 10. And not happy with himself. We mentioned, Mike, that the 10th hole today is a risk reward. And unfortunately, driver off the tee just didn't quite work out for Dingledine today.
Yep, trying to make something happen, trying to be aggressive. You know, teenagers, you know, they're more aggressive. They don't have the demons of us old guys.
We'll go back to the fairway here at 10. You get a look. Drew Brockwell with a nice tee shot here at 10 gives himself a wedge in.
Come on.
Brockwell didn't like it at all.
Yeah, again, another wedge. Didn't strike very well. Better than the last one that we saw, but tough miss there. Short right of this green. You see it came back down the slope. Going to have an interesting pitch over the corner of that bunker, and then landing on a downslope towards the flag.
Here's Adam Hooker, center of the fairway.
Yeah, Steve.
Just right. Sorreo.
Yeah, Sorreo. Again, you got to be so precise with that. You know, you land it too far short and it's not going to bounce up. You know, you're landing it into a slope short and then it's downhill away from the player, just past it. That one landed a little too long and chased through.
Here is Hooker's shot from the fairway, and this one a little short as well.
Yeah, those three guys aren't happy. You know, you did what you wanted to. Okay, let's play safe and smart off the tee. Leave ourselves with a nice little wedge. It just didn't execute.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's one of those lies in the rough that you can see here. Sometimes they haven't mowed it since Tuesday. There's no plan on mowing it for these guys. Had a little rain last night, just getting a little bit thicker, a little bit taller, and it can drop down to the bottom there. It's going to be a delicate. He's going to have to have enough club head speed to get that club through the grass, but he's really not trying to carry it for more than 5-6 yards.
Great job by our production crew. Great camera work bringing you these angles here on CGN in round 2 coverage of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. Yeah, that's an interesting lie.
And you can see Drew Brockwell there walking up to the green, surveying, okay, where do I want this ball to land? What's going to happen when it lands? Which direction is it going to kick?
Cassie,
Brockwell
Cassie, to walk up towards you, get a better view. Keep walking up.
came up short of the bunker. You mentioned it over. He's got to pitch this over the corner of that bunker.
Yeah, as a player, you're thinking, okay, do I need height to stop this ball? Do I need spin to stop this ball? This is probably a little bit of both.
Yeah. A little bit of a blind pitch shot as well here over the corner of this bunker.
Yeah, those practice swings were pretty big, so you can see he's going to try to go up high, get some spin, cut underneath it. Just didn't maintain the loft on that face. Kind of towed it down a little bit. Maybe caught it a touch thin, a little past the flag there.
So Hooker with an interesting lie in the rough.
And you can see how big of a swing he's making on these practice swings. And he's really, again, only trying to carry this about 5 yards.
Oh, what a shot out of the rough.
Yeah, very well done.
With that lie. And Hooker a chance to save par after an unfortunate break. Steve Sorreo also in this group and just off the green in the rough as well. He'll be next to play.
Pretty simple pitch back up into the slope here.
Ooh. I nearly jarred it. Let's go back to Bobby Goldstein on the green.
Bobby G on the green here at number 10. Very, very difficult pin position today. There was only one ball on the green in regulation. The other two hit fantastic chips, and now about to try and sink these. This first chip landed almost right over the hole, went in. The second chip, same thing. Fantastic touch. Beautiful, beautiful execution. Really exciting golf. Back to you, Kendall.
Here's Brockwell's putt. Nearly did it.
Oh, he liked it. Good read, good pace.
So can Hooker save par here with that buried lie in the rough?
Hooker's qualified for 2 USAMs, so another very accomplished player used to some pressure golf.
Yes, sir. What a putt by Adam Hooker and an up and down here at number 10. And Steve Sorreo with a little bit of real estate left to try and save par here at 10. Nice roll. Well, a couple of really good up and downs from Steve Sorreo and Adam Hooker here on number 10 as we move along in the second round of the State Open of Virginia.
Got another player making a charge back of the pack. Mark Lawrence started on 10 this round. He's got himself 6 under on the day, 4 under for the tournament. Past champion for the State Open of Virginia. He won his at Ballyhack Golf Club down at Roanoke.
Larkin Gross tied for the lead at 8 under.
Oh, great shot. Yeah, it looks like Larkin actually just bogeyed.
It dropped the shot. My apologies. Yep.
Yeah, we had a 2-shot swing. Rob made 2 on 9. Larkin make bogey, so they flip positions on the leaderboard.
Good chance he gets one back there.
It helps the bounce back stat.
That's right. Shingler from the rough on his second shot.
Tough angle here out of that rough. Oh, yeah, that ball just chases.
Gonna have to sit down. Could be an interesting little chip shot from the back of this green for Shingler. And Rob Kinder, who is 8 under par, tied for the lead with a wedge in hand.
Lost it a little right there. Wasn't able to get a kick off the collar. coming on that first cut.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting. And could it bother his back a little bit there in that second cut? But Larkin Gross throws one in tight, trying to get back to 8 under par. Kinder trying to remain at the top of the leaderboard here with Luca Rinaldi, who fired that 65 earlier this morning that finished the day 8 under par for the tournament. And, of course, folks, we talked about the cut line and a lot of these players that are sitting right around that top 60 in ties mark, projected cut at +6 right now. So there's some scoreboard watching going on, and, of course, some weather looming in the forecast here in Northern Virginia. Live streaming of the State Open of Virginia presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everyone. Adventure down the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views. You can unplug with family or friends in the Pocahontas State Park, Virginia's largest, with lakes, campgrounds, and miles of forest to roam. Refuel in Richmond's diverse food scene, from award-winning barbecue to global fine dining and everything in between. Golf might bring you to Richmond, but endless fun will keep you coming back. You can go to visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay. And Larkin Gross going to tap in his birdie and move back atop the leaderboard, a 3-way tie, barring that Rob Kinder can get this up and down at 8 under par. And, of course, Shingler, who hit it long over the back of the green, is away, will be next to play.
Looks like the golf ball's sitting nicely on an upslope. Should be a fairly simple up and down.
Well, that came out hot, didn't it? But checked up for Shingler.
Yeah, chipping back in that upslope, was able to be a little aggressive with it. It did come out a little hot, but then stopped fairly fast.
Yeah. Put a little check on that one as Shingler puts a spot on it. He'll try and clean that up for par. We mentioned projected cut line at +6 currently. This is our final grouping of the day. And Rob Kinder just off the green. Mike, we talked about it. He's nestled right up against that second cut of rough. Is that going to bother his backstroke here?
Yeah, it could bother his backstroke, and you're always curious how this ball comes off the face. You can see it bobbled a little bit there on him and then comes up short.
Not a bad leave, though.
No, not
Kinder.
bad, but it's just hard to get that perfect end-over-end roll coming out of that first cut.
Kinder going to try and tap this one in for par to stay at 8 under. And he does just that. Nice up and down, nestled up against that second cut of rough, and we got a 3-way tie atop the leaderboard.
Yeah, a lot of red numbers. Just kind of looking at this leaderboard right now, and everyone -3 or better. There's only one person even for the day. Everyone else is under par for the day, at T9 or better. So, they call Saturday moving day, so I guess they're right.
We've certainly seen that on the leaderboard today, haven't we? Shingler to try to get up and down once again, this time from back of the green, this for par.
Good stroke.
Yes, sir. How many times have we seen that today from Scott Shingler, who has been wedge game automatic up and down today. He's put himself in some tough spots, that time from behind the green, but salvages par. And we'll go back to our aerial footage. It's brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Be sure to plan your next getaway at the Jefferson Hotel, which is nestled right in the heart of downtown Richmond. You can enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. So we move along to the 11th hole. And we'll take a look at that leaderboard now that it is a three-way tie, as Mike mentioned, moving day. How about LaRue with an incredible second round today that is now finds himself 2 shots off the pace. It's 6 under par, couple at 4 under par as well. And now we will go to the 11th hole. The 11th hole playing 110 today, short par 3, Mike.
Yeah, I shot it at 105 this morning. Great hole location on this little tongue on the left over the bunker. 98 yards to cover, but it kind of falls off around it. It's easy to go long, and it's going to fall off. If he comes up a little short left, it can roll off a little bit of a false edge. So yeah, I love when events do this. You know, we're so used to nowadays with the power in the game of seeing the 220-yard par 3, but I still think there's a place for these short little these holes. So I love that the tournament committee did this today. We'll see a big long one here later in coverage, but 105 yards with really nowhere to miss if you're going to go with the flag.
And we'll go up to take it up to the green here at 11. We saw Dingledine hit it over the back of the green on 10, where he had to take a penalty. Pardon, we are going to number 12. This is Alex Hoffman at 12. Will be next to putt. We've seen this group a few times today. Joey Lane, Alex Hoffman, Talon Dingledine.
Past the hole here, putting back to it. Pin's tucked right over the bunker on 12.
And Hoffman left himself a little bit work there.
Yeah.
Coming back.
Looks like a misread, poor speed, and then you put a lot of pressure on the next putt.
Here's Dingledine. He'll tap that one in. A good speed that time, a good run at it for Dingledine, who a little bit frustrated with himself. You can see the body language. I think that maybe going back to number 10 might have had a little bit to do with that. He pulled driver, hit it over the back into the penalty area.
Back up the hill here. Nice putt.
Oh, side door and in. Excellent roll that time for Joey Lane. And Hoffman, who has got a little bit of room and a little bit of work left, trying to make it coming back. You betcha. Swirls it in. All around good putt.
Aggressive stroke there. That's nice.
So Hoffman will head to 13. Trying to grind here in this second round. Folks, this segment of the second round coverage of the 2025 State Open of Virginia is brought to you by Real Property Management. With offices across Virginia, Real Property Management specializes in full-service property management for residential rentals. Whether you're a real estate investor with a single home or an entire portfolio, they handle everything from leasing and maintenance to accounting. Built by investors for investors, that's the Real Property Management difference. Reference Real Property Management sponsorship of the State Open of Virginia to get your first month of services free.
Good job. Nice. Good job.
Hey, Daddy, I'm doing it.
Yeah, hang on. I got to deal with this rental again.
Dad, look at me.
Come on.
We come back to you here at second round coverage of the State Open of Virginia here at Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia. Steve Sorreo, left side of the fairway, getting set for his second shot.
Yeah, it looks like he probably laid back with a fairway wood here. Didn't want to challenge that bunker.
Oh, what a dart.
Well controlled. This is a hole they have the tee box up a little bit yesterday and today. There's a real challenging tee box and further back. It's almost 80 yards further back. That some of the players, I don't know if they love that tee box on this golf course.
Adam Hooker from the right rough. Ball below his feet.
Looks
and
like
he's
that,
short.
Yeah, probably short side in the bunker. That'll be tough. Kind of well below the surface there with very little green to work with.
Well, you look at this group right here. Sorreo 1 under on the day. Adam Hooker had a tremendous up and down from a buried lie in the rough. Go back a couple of holes before that. Folks, today's aerial footage is being brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel, where you can plan your next getaway at the Jefferson Hotel, nestled in the heart of downtown Richmond. Enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. Well, the weather right now holding off here in Northern Virginia.
Yeah, you know, this time of year, I think the meteorologists have it easy this time of year. They can just put in a chance of thunderstorms every day, and, you know, you can just do that for about 2 straight months here in Virginia.
Yeah. Good chance you're going to get that right. Yeah, well, we talked about this group a little bit. Adam Hooker had that buried lie in the rough. He got up and down. We witnessed that. He's now short. Can he do it again? And, you know, you made a great point about they haven't mowed the rough. We had the rain yesterday afternoon, so it's only going to get thicker. You got to think that these slight misses, you could be penalized a little more, especially over the course of the next 24 hours, and we're supposed to get some rain later this evening.
Yeah, I talked to Larkin a couple times this week, and almost every time I talked to him, he kept on talking about the importance of hitting it in the fairway. And just being able to control the golf ball, control the flight, control the spin. you just lose control, and you're kind of at the mercy of the lie.
Hooker's in the bunker here. Would you rather be there than that thick rough?
So this is tough because you got to get it up and spin it. You're going to land on a downslope. Yeah, you see it. It's just so hard there. If he would have hit that ball just a little bit further left and it would have been in the apron of the green, it would have been a better angle. He would have been able to control the spin a little more. Just being short-sided there is really difficult.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of real estate left coming back for sure. Kendall Lewis alongside head golf professional at the Foundry Golf Club about 15 minutes from here, Mike Maroney and Bobby Goldstein, our own course reporter. And this leaderboard is getting tight at the top. And of course, we are also eyeing the projected cut line. Remember, top 60 and ties will advance. Field will be trimmed after round 2 concludes this afternoon.
Yeah, cut line just moved to +5. So those, I know the feeling. Those in the house that are just sitting there hitting refresh. Not that you're rooting against anyone that's on the golf course, but you're definitely keeping an eye on it. And it's anxious time for those that are, already in the house. It's kind of out of their control now. Those that are on the golf course. I was never one that would really follow the leaderboard. I'm just going to try to make the lowest score I can on the hole and see where it ends up. But yeah, it's anxious times if you're on that cut line.
Hooker looking for his sand save here at number 12. Good run at it. Just not quite enough. Nearly did it. So a bogey for Adam Hooker, who will drop a shot.
Another one of these shots that we just saw in 10. Coming out of the cut, first cut here. See how this ball bobbles or if it will stay hugging the ground.
Brockwell. Just off the fringe.
Oh.
Can he get the roll? No.
And that one came off. You could see that one hugged the ground a little better. It didn't bobble like Kinder's did on 10. And that's why he was much closer to making it.
Steve Sorreo, who is quietly working his way up the leaderboard. He's 4 under par for the tournament, 1 under today.
The wily veteran.
Just burns the edges.
A lot of head shaking at Independence after you hit a putt. A lot of head shaking.
Sorreo will tap that one in. Yeah, tough go for this group here at 12.
And we got another 63 in the house. Justin LaRue finished off the round with a 63. Got the 6 under for the tournament. Like I said earlier, he's a member at the Foundry Golf Club, and he's out there grinding. He works hard, no matter the weather.
You mentioned Saturday moving day, and he has done just that. 71-63 for Justin LaRue. And in contention, just 2 shots off the lead. And, of course, Larkin Gross, Rob Kinder, 2 of the 3 that are 8 under par, with still plenty of golf left to play. Here's a look at that leaderboard. And we've got a logjam at 4 under par. We've got 4 guys tied at 4. It goes beyond just Mark Lawrence, Vaughn McMeans. You've got Ross Funderburk, who is 4 under par, along with Steve Sorreo, who we just saw, but unfortunately going to drop a shot.
Yeah, those guys at 4 that are still on the golf course, they're trying to stay in striking distance.
I'll tell you what, you're Justin LaRue, and with this weather lingering for these final groups, you got to feel really good about yourself at 6 under par right now in the clubhouse.
Yeah, that's the last thing any of these guys want to deal with is the start and stop or have to come back tomorrow morning to finish. And you really can't think about it as a player. You're just going to keep playing until they blow the horn.
Scott Shingler from the fairway here at 12. Nice shot for Shingler.
Yeah, smart play. Don't mess with that bunker. A little past the flag. Right to the fat of it.
From over in the rough, this is Kinder. Like the line off the face, trying to get a read on it. Wow. Came out hot. He may have caught a flyer. Goes over the back of the green into the thick stuff.
Yeah, he was gouging at it pretty good. It came out hot, low, no spin, just a pure knuckleball. Well past the green there.
Larkin Gross, our solo leader now at 9 under par from the fairway. Throws a dart here at number 12.
Looking for the turkey. Birdie's at 10 and 11. Trying to get a third here now at 12.
You know, you look at, and so many players in this field have that capability. Larkin Gross is one of those guys that we talked about it earlier in the broadcast. At 3 different points in his round yesterday, he had back-to-back birdies, 1 and 2, 5 and 6, and 11 and 12, and then capped it off, as you mentioned, with the birdie on 18. And here today, back-to-back birdies, as you just mentioned, at 10 and 11, trying to make it 3 in a row after suffering a bogey at number 2 earlier in his round and then bogeying the 9th hole to shoot even par on the front 9. But you got to love that Larkin Gross's game and the bounce back here, staring down 3 birdies in a row.
Yeah, he won't be fazed by those bogeys. He knows he's got a strong game. He knows he's playing well. You're going to make bogeys. You're not going to be unscathed through a whole tournament. And you just kind of keep staying with the game plan, keep plodding along. And he's taking advantage of these holes with some wedges. You know, birdied a par 5 on 4, birdied on 6 with a wedge. 10, 11, 12 here, all wedge shots. So that's when it's green light. You know, the holes that we got mid irons, long irons, we're looking center of the green. But when we get wedge, we're pinching those start lines in closer to the flag.
This is going to be an interesting pitch for Rob Kinder. Over the back of the green with all that slope. He had a blind second shot from over in that right rough.
Yeah, he'll be below the surface pretty good. Probably wants to carry it a little further than where he's standing. There's a ridge there. And then from there, you let gravity take over. It's downhill to the green. You're coming out of the rough. There shouldn't be a ton of spin on this shot.
Last year, Logan Riley won this tournament 65, 69, 67 for a 3-day total of 201.
Which was 12 under last year with the par 71.
You mentioned the change to a par 70 this year. Kinder. Little too much. Just holds up there on the front edge.
Yeah, I think
fringe area.
I think he flew that further than what he was looking at. I've always found this area of the green to be very challenging to read. We saw Steve Serrao shaking his head in the group in front. This area coming off the bunker, just it does some funny things. You expect it to do one thing and it does another.
Good stroke for Shingler.
Yeah, he figured it out. That's why he's there and I'm here.
And he'll tap that one in. Excellent pace. We talked about it all day. Shingler and the flat stick have been working out. So now Kinder, which will be his fourth shot, just off the green on the front edge here, trying to salvage a bogey.
Doing a little cleanup here from the bunker sand. Challenge of this putt is going to be those first 6 to 8 feet coming off the collar over the little edge and lip of the green. See him looking at his green book. There's a great angle.
A great job by our camera crew here. Tricky putt. He didn't like it. Leaves it short. He'll have a couple of feet left for a bogey here at hole 12.
You see Larkin had to move his coin back, so he learned a little something here of the last couple feet of this putt.
Yeah.
3 in a row.
Good putt for Larkin Gross. 3 straight birdies and 10 under par in the lead here. And a little bit of separation. And Kinder will drop a shot with a bogey here at hole 12.
Yeah, and how quickly things can change, right? They were, a moment ago, they were tied.
Yeah.
Now, Rob finds himself 3 back. Still nothing to get too frustrated over. There's a lot of golf. But 3 quick birdies from Larkin.
Yeah, Larkin Gross, how about that? Back to back to back to start his back 9 after he bogeyed the 9th hole to shoot even par 35. And now 10 under par for the tournament as we will move along to the 13th here in our second round coverage from CGN. Glad you're tuned in with us from wherever you may be here for the 2025 State Open of Virginia. And we will follow this final group to hole 13. We'll talk about this, Mike, because this is one of those tee shots where the fairway kind of pinches in for players. A little bit of a tricky tee shot here, much like when you go back maybe to hole 3 where it's a tactical tee shot. A lot of players pull 3 wood. Same thing we've seen on 13 this week.
Yeah, this is one of the, for the membership, for the guests that come out here and play, this is a par 5. For the championship, they move it up, plays a par 4. Big fairway bunker there on the left, about 278 to carry that. And so you got to make a decision. Do you have the firepower to just hit it right over, which a lot of these guys do? It's only about 15 yards wide in the fairway there to the right of that bunker. So you got to be pretty sure on what club you're going to hit, driver, 3-wood, and where you want to leave it. But some of these bombers, they aren't even looking at that.
13 green right now is Drew Brockwell, Adam Hooker, and Steve Soreo. Just off the green is Soreo.
Yeah, this is up front left here today. It's about 10 paces on. But if you miss it a little short right of this hole location, oh, he just chipped in.
Wow. Soreo, slam dunk here at the 13th.
How about that?
We'll go back to the tee here at 13. Larkin Gross with 3 straight birdies.
He gave that a rip.
And quick to pick up the tee. You know he liked that one. Yeah, center cut for Larkin Gross, who is feeling it on this backside. 3 straight birdies.
Yeah, so interesting. He hit it right there on that neck that's only about 15 yards wide.
Driver in hand for Rob Kinder here at 13.
Rob has the distance to hit this over this bunker by a substantial amount.
Wow. Press send on that one. And right down the middle of the fairway for Rob Kinder. And last to play in this final grouping, Scott Shingler. +2 today, 1 under par for the tournament. His tee shot here on 13. So all 3 find the fairway here at 13.
Yeah, nice drive there by Scott. Good angle to this whole location. Like I was saying a moment ago before Steve chipped in on us, there's a false front kind of short right. You know, you think you might want to bail out to the fat of the green right, but the further right you go, the more up that false front becomes.
Hooker with 3.5 feet left. Rolls it home. As we go back to the green on 13. And we will take a break here at the 2025 State Open of Virginia. Interesting atop the leaderboard. Larkin Gross, 10 under par with 3 straight birdies. We'll be right back with second round coverage from Independence Golf Club.
Thanks, Kendall. Bobby G. Talk about this leader, Larkin. What an amazing gentleman. He took time out after his last tee shot to meet with members and friends that he knows, to take some selfies, thank them for coming out. What a gentleman and just a gracious, phenomenal professional golfer. It's a pleasure to be around him, and it's really exciting to see him on this roll right now. Back to you guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, great person, great players. Larkin Gross talked about his background a little bit, and how about going back to when he was chasing it on the tour level and obviously qualifying for a couple of PGA championships And here he's chasing a State Open of Virginia championship at 10 under par. Hit it right down the center of the fairway here at 13. Couldn't have walked out there and placed it any better. And here's his second shot. Again with the club twirl. Larkin Gross, are you kidding me? He'll have that for a chance at 4 birdies in a row. And we'll go right side of the fairway, Scott Schingler. Boy, nice shot in there for Scott Schingler as well, who's starting to find a little groove with his irons. He struggled on the front 9 with his irons, but a couple of good approach shots here on the backside, and he's got that look for birdie.
Yeah, he's righted the ship, and Larkin has caught fire.
Yeah, no kidding. Boy, Larkin Gross in the zone right now. He has birdied 10, 11, 12, and he's about 3.5 feet for birdie here at 13. Rob Kinder, right side of the fairway.
Leaning, trying to use body language. Yeah, just a slight pull.
Just on the fringe area for Rob Kinder. We'll take another break. Larkin Gross trying to create even more separation here at the 13th of the 2025 State Open of Virginia.
Scott, you good out?
Larkin Gross on a whole nother level right now. Has thrown another dart here at 13 to about 3.5 feet, trying to make it 4 straight birdies in this final grouping here today. And Mike, you talk about being able to just put it in a whole nother gear after bogeying the 9th hole. This is exactly what we're seeing from Larkin Gross right now in this back 9.
Yeah, and like we've talked about earlier, sometimes you just all of a sudden something clicks in your swing and you see nothing but the flag and the ball just goes right there. You just get in these zones and all you're thinking about is just stuffing another one close, really. And you just try to ride them, you know, like they say in Vegas. You just never leave a heater. You know, just try to keep this heater going. Yeah, we got about 4.5 feet here maybe for a 3-stroke lead as we watch Scott line up a pretty decent look at birdie.
Yes, Schingler started to find something with his irons. He got up and down from everywhere on the front 9. And now a look at birdie here at 13. You betcha. Jars it for birdie here at 13.
That was one of those putts that looked great right off the face. It was tracking the whole way.
Well, Larkin Gross, as we mentioned, trying to make it 4 straight birdies. Eyeing up his putt, but first Rob Kinder from just on the fringe.
He should have a little swing from his left to right.
Oh, a good go at it for Kinder.
Just a little low.
So Larkin Gross above the hole. This is going to be a slick putt. Fast coming back down for Gross here. He just barely touched this one.
Should be fairly straight. I don't know if he would be playing this outside of the hole.
For 4 birdies in a row. Yes, sir. Swirls it in.
When you're hot, you're hot. Catches the lip and goes in.
Larkin Gross, 11 under. And straight birdies on the card through the first 4 holes of his back 9. Kinder, you're going to take a second look at this. He got over it and didn't quite like something. He backed off of it for a moment, Mike.
Yeah, a lot of these guys use the line on the golf ball to line up their putts. He got over that and felt like he needed to make a little bit of a tweak. It wasn't lined up where he wanted it to be.
Big putt for Kinder. Solid. Rob Kinder will stay at 7 under par. But Larkin Gross just continues to create more and more separation. 11 under par for the tournament. 4 under today after firing a 63, 7 under in round 1 yesterday. We go to 14. Check that. We're going to take a look at the replay on the chip in from Soreo just a few moments ago from off the green. And then how about Scott Shingler with a big birdie roll on 13. And then, of course, Larkin Gross to make it 4 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, you don't see a lot of birdies. That's actually that's the 3rd hardest hole in the golf course today, number 13. So see 3 birdies there out of the last 2 groups.
And Larkin Gross, as we move to 14, this is a 180-yard par 3. What stands out to you about the 14th, Mike?
Well, what stands out today is they moved it to this back little tee box that they added years ago. Now, fortunately, the hole location is in a bowl. There's a ridge to the right that could kick it towards the hole. There's a big backstop. But I shot this at 220 earlier this morning. It's all you can handle. You know, we had 105, 110 yards on 11. And this hole's twice as long as the par 3 11th. So it's going to take a great long iron approach. Scott Shingler on this hole on Wednesday during the Pro-Am. A lot of the top pros and amateurs played with all of our great sponsors of this event. He cashed one for a hole-in-one.
And won a car, right?
Won a car, won a Buick. Not even a lease, just here you go, here's a car. Pay the taxes on it, and it's all yours.
Needless to say, he likes hole 14 here at Independence Golf Club.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, and it was a similar hole location, too, that day. So this is playing a little bit longer than it did in the Pro-Am. but he's got some good imagery to go back to.
Well, Shingler's looking at his yardage book. As Mike just mentioned, hole-in-one in the Pro-Am here at 14. Of course, Larkin Gross, 4 birdies in a row. He's 63 yesterday. This has been some type of a start to the back nine.
I just love the fact that he's got a club in his hand right now that has a head cover on it, because I would absolutely be hitting something with a head cover on it.
Now, we mentioned all the way on that back tee box, playing extremely difficult today. Larkin Gross parred 14 yesterday in round 1. We'll see what he does here in just a moment as we move ahead to the green. Brockwell putting here at 14. Lengthy little putt here for Adam Hooker here at 14 as we take a look at that leaderboard.
This putt should be a little downhill, hooking right to left, no pun intended.
Just burns the edges, this Hooker. When you look at that leaderboard right now, amateurs have won 5 of the last 6 Virginia State Opens. Larkin Gross representing right now for the pros.
And not just the pros, the club pros.
The club pros,
right? There's
that's
a
right.
difference
Yep.
there.
Yep.
Some of these pros get to play all day, every day. The PGA professionals, we got jobs. We're helping people play every day. So I marvel at guys like Larkin with, not being able to play and practice all that much and still keeping their game this sharp is pretty impressive. And again, you can tell he's a club pro because of how white his legs are.
Yeah, Larkin Gross, always a great event, as we mentioned, with the Middle Atlantic PGA mixed with some of the top amateur golfers in the state of Virginia and some junior golfers in this State Open of Virginia as well that are ultra talented. You're going to hear their names for many years to come.
Yeah, this young crop we have is pretty special. Some of these high schoolers and college kids, they can play, and they seem to be ready faster these days.
Larkin Gross, his tee shot at 14. Great shot.
Yeah, just got over the big false front here. Just crept that over that. That's a great shot with a really good look on this long par 3.
Can Larkin make it 5 birdies in a row? Finds the green here at 14. Scott Shingler next to play. We mentioned this is a par 3 that they can really move and shift around. Yesterday, 180. Today, well over 200 yards.
Yeah, Scott hit 4-iron in the Pro-Am when he made hole-in-one. This looks like maybe a 5-wood.
Oh, solid shot.
Yeah, on a line right over the top of the flagstick.
And trickling back a little bit.
Yeah, use that backstop. It's a pretty large backstop. It's a pretty severe slope, which makes this hole a little friendlier. If they had put this hole location in the back, with guys hitting really long irons and fairway woods, it would have been hard to stop. There would have been some grumbling to the tournament committee.
Kinder staring it down. And just fine.
Yep, carries the bunker. Nice little shelf there, ridge there, kind of kicks it back towards the hole. 3 really, really good golf shots from 220.
No doubt about it. Everyone on the dance floor here in the final pairing at 14 in the second round of the State Open of Virginia here on the Championship Golf Network. To win the State Open of Virginia is to stand among the best, pros and amateurs alike. And for these 3 players, it remains the ultimate test, the greatest validation, and the lasting highlight on their golfing resumes.
It's the biggest tournament in the state. So if a local pro wins it, or somebody comes in off the tour like I did, or an amateur wins it like what Evan Beck won it a couple years ago and stuff, it's just the #1 tournament. I mean, you're actually the #1 golfer in the state of Virginia if you win this tournament.
I viewed it as winner's the best player in Virginia that year. It's a stroke play tournament. First time I won it was 4 rounds. Everyone's kind of has been playing and building up to it, and everyone seems to be, at least I viewed it as, in peak form. So you're playing against the best players in the state at their best.
I mean, to this date, it's the biggest golf achievement that I've had, and probably wasn't on anybody's radar, but at the end of the day, that doesn't matter. But it gives you a lot of confidence. I'm exempt for life, assuming I don't turn pro, and so that gives me plenty of other chances. I'd like to, focus now is to try and win a second. So, you got a bunch of pretty good names on this, like Bobby. I think Lanny Watkins as well on there, and so if you can put yourself amongst those names, yeah, it's pretty cool.
The pros could play, the amateurs could play. So if you finished in the top 10 there, that actually meant that you were probably in the top 10 in the state as one of the best players.
We come back to you on the green of the 14th here. 3 great golf shots on this extremely difficult par 3. Kendall Lewis, Mike Maroney here with you. Bobby Goldstein on course. 3 great golf shots here in this final pairing, Mike, and all 3 with birdie looks.
Yeah, great looks here. You're looking to steal one now. Now it's like, okay, I did the hard part. I hit the long iron. Scott's putt's going to be pretty fast down this hill. Should break slightly left to right. Yeah, this is a huge steal to make a 2 on this hole if one of these or any of these guys can roll this in.
Shingler. Slippery putt. Good roll. Just trickles past.
Just slides by. But yeah, 14's playing the 5th hardest hole in the golf course today.
Yeah, 14. A lot of guys with woods in their hands in this field today from where that box is on this tee today. Of course, Larkin Gross, who has thrown it within about 10 to 15 feet. He's got another look at birdie. Rob Kinder is next to play.
Another downhill putt coming off the back edge of the bunker. Hole location's sitting down kind of in the low of this bowl.
Kinder 1 over on this back 9 and leaves that one a little bit short.
Nothing wrong with 3 on this hole.
Gross for his 5th birdie in a row. Great speed and a great run at it. And he taps that one in for par. Well, Larkin Gross remains 11 under and atop the leaderboard here at the State Open of Virginia.
Lucas sitting at home watching, hoping he's not getting further and further away from the leader. You leave the golf course in the lead, and now you're sitting at home 3 back, hoping Larkin doesn't get too far away from you.
We'll move along to hole 15. So far, so good on the weather. It's held off, but it is in the area trying to get this second round completed with Larkin Gross at 11 under par. And we will take a look at aerial footage that is brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Be sure if you're planning your next getaway to visit the Jefferson Hotel. It's nestled right in the heart of downtown Richmond. You can enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. Once again, that is the Jefferson Hotel, bringing you these aerial views today on the Championship Golf Network. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll go to hole 15 here at the State Open of Virginia from Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia. We go to 15, Larkin Gross, our tournament leader, and likes it a lot. Quick to pick up the tee here at 15, Mike.
Yeah, this is an interesting driving hole. This is playing shorter than in previous years. You got 2 bunkers, one right, one left. There's not a ton of space in between the 2 bunkers. It's about 255 to carry the first one, 285 to get to the second one. There's really just a sliver of a fairway. I've seen guys this weekend pretty much do layup way short, try to fit it between the 2, and then the bombers have just been taking it over everything. And I've seen a couple balls that are only 10, 15 yards short of the screen. Looks like Larkin and Scott both kind of laying back with fairway woods.
Scott Shingler likes his tee shot a lot as well. Shingler's a guy to pay attention to. He started to find something with his irons. Struggled with it on the front 9. He's 2 under for the tournament. Of course, +1.
Scott has qualified for 17 USGA championships.
Unbelievable.
Is that any good?
I'd say so.
And here's a lash from the bomber, trying to just take it over everything.
Kinder staring it down. Wow.
Yep.
That is a massive rip off the tee for Rob Kinder.
That was probably about a 320 carry on that shot to get there.
Press send, and Rob Kinder did. You mentioned it. This is one of those holes where interesting driving hole, but also one of those where, you know, Kinder, you few shots back, you all of a sudden decide, hey, it's time to get aggressive, and he goes at that one.
Yeah, just leaving himself a little pitch shot now to a fairly flat green. You know, leaving yourself a flip wedge. Nice birdie opportunity coming up here for Rob.
Independence Golf Club here in Midlothian, Virginia. Beautiful facility. 12 state opens that they've hosted on a golf course that opened in 2001 and was, of course, renovated back in 2014. And the State Open of Virginia is an event that is jointly administered by the MAPGA and the VSGA, with the MAPGA being an association that has over 1,250 PGA club professionals in Maryland and in Virginia. They work every day to grow the game of golf, whether it be through instruction, event planning, and bringing new people into the game. They are proud stewards of the game and experts in the business and game of golf. The VSGA, founded in 1904, a nonprofit organization dedicated to providing a full range of services to golfers and golf clubs in Virginia, including handicapping services, access to competitions, junior golf programs, and last but not least, education on the rules of golf and rules of handicapping. Two great organizations. We've got Josh Coates here in the booth with us from the VSGA. And, of course, Mike,
yeah,
you were part of the MAPGA. You know all about these organizations.
Josh is just lingering over my shoulder. I think he's waiting to hit a bleep button or something. Yeah, two great associations. Pretty much, if you play golf in the state of Virginia, you're affected by both and what both organizations do.
Shingler to play first from the fairway. Well, you just mentioned it. Shingler's resume doesn't get much better than that, right? 17.
Yeah, that's a gauntlet. I mean, you know, there's USGA qualifiers are tough. You're talking some of these are 100 players for 2 or 3 spots. Yeah. So to get into that many is pretty impressive.
17 of those USGA qualifiers, and we mentioned it, 2 under for the tournament. Shingler, short iron in hand here.
Yeah, laying back, he probably had somewhere in the 120 range.
Yeah, maybe. Well, yeah, wedge, it looked like. In center of the green. Larkin Gross. Nice drive as well.
Yeah, Larkin tried to, he decided to fit it between those 2 bunkers, hit it over the first and short of the second.
With wedge in hand. Great shot. It spun back a little bit on him, but another clean look at birdie here, Mike, on the 15th.
Yeah, right below the hole. Yeah, it came back a little bit there off that ridge. But good luck from 15 feet or so here. Should be fairly straight up the hill. It's going to break a little left to right for Larkin. As you can see, Rob not too far off the green, walking up to the edge here for his second shot.
A massive poke off the tee for Rob Kinder. Little flip wedge in here, trying to make a birdie and make some noise here down the stretch of the back nine. Flop and stop for Kinder.
That was played perfectly.
And he's got a couple of feet for a birdie here at the 15th hole.
He really judged that bounce nicely. You could see him walk up to the edge of the green, survey how that ball was going to land. He knew it was going to kick forward. It was going to kick to the right. And, yeah, clipped it nicely out of the Bermuda fairway.
Take a look back once again at the leaderboard with Larkin Gross at 11 under and some separation. But tomorrow's going to be fun. No question about it.
Yeah, you see Connor Burgess up there.
Yeah.
He just rattled off 3 in a row, 14, 15, 16.
How about that? To move to 6 under.
One here in 2023.
And we saw Connor Burgess hit that roller coaster of a putt on the front nine from the top shelf on 6. Jarred it. All of a sudden, he makes a push here on the back nine. He's 6 under. Of course, how about Justin LaRue today? In the round that he posted, he's 6 under.
Yeah, these guys are getting themselves right in the mix. Never know what can happen on Sunday. Last year, we had a final round 62 from Jay Woodson to come way back from the back of the pack to get into the playoff. Unfortunately, it didn't work out for him. Logan Riley made a 30-footer for birdie in the playoff. But just as of last year, we've seen someone make a big, large Sunday push. It's out there.
Projected cut line at +5 right now. Top 60 and ties will make it to the final round tomorrow. We'll have final round coverage right here on CGN tomorrow for round 3. A lot of different players in contention as this leaderboard continues to get tighter and tighter. Scott Schingler for birdie here at 15.
Be a little downhill, breaking right to left.
Just slips past.
Good run.
Yeah, certainly a great roll for Schingler. He'll mark that one and clean it up for par here momentarily. But of course, Larkin Gross, who started out with birdies, 4 straight birdies, 10 to 13. We talked about it earlier. He bogeyed the 9th hole today to shoot even par 35 on the front nine. Chance to birdie 5 of 6 on his back nine and to move to 12 under.
That's one of those putts. You just expect it. There's a slope coming off the edge of the collar there. You expect that putt to break a little more. He just kind of left it out there and stayed straight on him.
Rob Kinder off a massive tee shot where he carried it well over 300 yards. Flipped the wedge in, and he's got this for birdie. This could be a big momentum boost right here for Kinder, who is currently in 3rd on the leaderboard. Just spins out on him. Wow. He'll come away with par, but
yeah, that
not satisfied with his, especially you think about the massive tee shot and how close he threw that wedge in there.
Yeah, that one stings a little bit. You know, maybe a hair less pace, and that catches the lip and goes in. I find sometimes here at Independence, you're better off on the shorter ones, just playing them fairly straight and hitting them hard. You know, you got to be okay blowing it by the hole a little bit. But yeah, that one hurts a little bit for him. Still a lot of golf though.
Solid putt for Shingler. Through 15, Larkin Gross, 11 under for the tournament. And separation at the top of the leaderboard as we move ahead. And we're going to go to hole 18 now to catch some groups finishing up here at Independence Golf Club.
Looking like he was questioning if his ball moved there or not, talking to his playing partner.
This is Bobby Dudek on 18 green. Nice stroke.
Yeah, real nice. Good putt. This is a similar hole location that we had in the final round last year.
Good way to finish for Dudek. He likes the cameras, right? As soon as we go to 18, he rolls one in. First time we've seen Dudek today. He was a part of that 130 tee time with Ross Funderburk and Adam Horton. This is Horton to finish his round today and cashes in.
These guys are thrilled to get the round in before any storms come.
Adam Horton finishes at +1, so he is certainly comfortable and will make the cut. We're going to take it back to 18 fairway and just follow some of our remaining groups that are coming in.
This is Bill Fetter, Director of Instruction at the club at Glenmore.
We saw Fetter back on the front nine.
Yeah, made birdie on 6.
Yeah, the part of that crazy group. He made birdie on 6. Burgess made the roller coaster putt on 6. And Josh Spate rounds out this threesome. Here's Federer's second shot. Oh, just funnels it right in there.
Yeah, very nice. There's a huge, huge false front on this green. Kind of both short and to the right. Ball can trundle way back down below the level of the surface. So great shot there from Bill. Oh, is that ball going to stay? And it goes back down. So there's Josh Spate getting caught by that false front.
Right on cue, Mike. You just talked about that false front. There it is.
Yeah, he knows. It was a yard or two away from having a great birdie look.
Connor Burgess, long driver of the group, left side of the fairway on his second shot here on 18.
Connor was we talked about him making that charge 3 in a row, and he just made a double bogey on 17, unfortunately. But nice solid approach shot there.
Yeah, great shot in there. And a look at birdie for Connor Burgess. I tell you what, tomorrow is going to be fun. You look at this leaderboard and how it continues to move and shake. Burgess is 4 under. He has got that putt on 18 to get to 5 under and finish with a 66 today. As we take it back to our final grouping, Scott Schindler. Schindler, a little bit of an interesting stance here in the fairway bunker.
Yeah, that bunker is about 290 to carry from the tee box. A great driving hole. Yeah, he wasn't even with the lip. He wasn't even trying to go for the green. That's just a chip out. Tough break there. That ball doesn't kind of roll back down the slope to the bottom of the bunker where you can get over the lip.
Schindler with the smart play there, and we've seen Schindler get up and down from everywhere all afternoon, so why not? Time he just kind of had to get a club on the ball out of the bunker there as Larkin Gross with his second shot.
Yeah,
another great swing.
Nice distance control again, flag high.
Here's Schindler here. Well, this is interesting. To play his third shot. After that odd stance in the fairway bunker. Wow.
Yeah, great wedge shot.
Great wedge shot for Scott Schindler and a chance to save par.
You see Rob Kinder, he's now hitting his second shot. He was further ahead than when Scott was hitting his third, just bombing it over the bunker down to the corner.
Kinder has unleashed on a few tee shots here on this back nine, and a great shot there. Another birdie look for Rob Kinder.
It's just such an advantage. Just to turn that hole into a flip wedge is a huge advantage.
Here's an aerial look at hole 16 today. And 16 poses some challenges, but this aerial footage brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Folks, if you're planning your next getaway at the Jefferson Hotel, it's nestled right in the heart of downtown Richmond. You can enjoy luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that will bring you back time and time again. Be sure to give the Jefferson Hotel a call. There is a wave of storms just lingering over Independence Golf Club right now. So far, so good outside the radius, but some neighboring towns have had signs of lightning, and they are trying to get this second round in. Of course, Mike, you mentioned it. We had to stop play in round one for some of the afternoon groups yesterday that came back today at 7:30 to finish their first rounds. But everything in the afternoon wave tee time wise pretty much stayed right on schedule. and certainly trying to get it completed before the third and final round tomorrow.
Yeah, nobody, especially these leaders, because they're going to have, you know, a long layoff. They don't want to come back and play 2 holes and then have a break. And,
And you got to think about the cut line today, too. What about all the players watching, whether or not they need to show back up? Interesting stuff. Yep.
Like we talked about earlier, the organizers, it's a challenge for the superintendent and his team between changing cups and changing tees. Can't do that until everyone's played that hole and the round's complete. And so a lot of headaches running events at the Foundry. It's always the worst part of the job is when there's lightning and weather issues when it comes to tournaments.
+5 is the projected cut right now. This field started with 144 players. Top 60 in ties make it to the third and final round tomorrow. Larkin Gross, our leader, with another chance at birdie to move to 12 under. Yes, sir. Automatic Larkin Gross.
Man, what a back nine.
Wow. How about 5 of the 7 holes on the back nine birdies for Larkin Gross, including birdieing his first 4 holes, 10 to 13.
I hate to say that this is a must make for Rob, but he's now 5 back. You know, yes, you can make a Sunday charge, but you'd rather only be 2 or 3.
Yes.
Kinder for birdie.
Way to go,
He
man.
does it.
Yeah, that's good. That's big.
Much needed after a great look back on 15 where he had a flip wedge in. He does get this birdie back on 16. And Rob Kinder, who has been just piercing drives on this back nine, cashes it in with a big birdie putt there.
I got it. Okay, cool. Thank you.
And Kinder moves to 8 under par, 2 under on his round today. Things starting to get interesting here.
Yeah, I think you think of Rob, you know, obviously he's trying to stay in striking distance of Larkin, but I think you also want to make sure you're in that final group with him. You're seeing what he's doing tomorrow.
Good point.
You can look him in the eye, and if he does start to wobble at all, you can be there to pounce, versus being in the group ahead and not quite sure what he's doing. So,
yeah, that's a great point. And it'll be interesting to see where the pins, of course, are placed tomorrow in the tee boxes and how they move those around for Sunday's final round tomorrow. It could certainly be a chess match in that final grouping tomorrow, and especially even at the top of our leaderboard as we go down. LaRue 6 under today, just incredible showing on the back nine today in his round. Connor Burgess, who got hot on the back nine today, has made a charge. Let's go back to 18 fairway.
they've made this hole super long over the years. Actually basically stole the back tee box on 11. Across the other side of the car path for 18. It is a beast of a finishing hole. All uphill the whole way. Can't really see the surface from down below in the fairway.
We make our way up the 18th hole here. Finishes with a nice little gallery. Of course, love 18, the look out here at Independence. You've got the tavern right there, and people just sitting outside all day yesterday watching everyone finish up.
Yeah, that amphitheater look. You got the smokehouse, which is being used for the RPM party deck this weekend. You got Tavern 19 right there. So a great little spot to watch the action finish up.
This group here in an interesting pairing today. Cameron Yancey, Vaughn McMeans, and Nick Rakes here on 18 green.
Yeah, this group's kind of in neutral today. Vaughn's even on the day. Cameron's 1 over on the day, and Nick's 2 over. So, you know, sometimes you get in those groups we were talking about earlier. You can ride the mojo of everyone in the group if you're all playing well. Sometimes the energy might just be a hair lacking, and everyone's, you know, not playing terrible, but just not making a lot happen either. You can see the fly over here on 18. That bunker is gettable by some guys with this back tee box. Not many, though. The people will be hitting into the fat of that fairway, leaving themselves an uphill approach.
Vaughn McMeans with his putt here on the 18th. He's got a lengthy one. Wow, great speed.
Yeah, that's great. I mean, that was pretty much across the entire length of that green.
From a different area code, right? And a great lead for Vaughn McMeans. He's going to go ahead and finish out. Nice roll. So McMeans will finish the day with, unofficially, is an even par 70. And this putt just short for Nick Rakes, who will clean it up. Last to play out of this group, Cameron Yancey.
Cameron's probably wondering what about his next fertilizer application at Nottoway River Country Club, where he's the superintendent.
We got a good mix of club pros. You think about junior golfers that we've seen in the field, and of course Cameron Yancey representing for the superintendents this week here in the State Open of Virginia.
Yeah, that's what's cool about this event, is it brings us all together.
Yeah.
It's the only event where the AMs, the pros, the club professionals can all get together and compete against each other. I think that's just one of the unique parts of this event.
Joey Lane, Alex Hoffman, and Talon Dingledine are making their way up the fairway here at 18. We'll go back and take a look at this group again once again. Joey Lane over in this right rough. First to play on his second shot.
Got to be curious to see how this ball comes out of this rough. Got to get it over that. Oh, it didn't come out well. That must have been down there pretty deep. That was a pretty big gouge.
Yeah, that rough can starting to get a little bit unpredictable. And we mentioned thicker and thicker. They haven't mowed it in a few days, and we're expected to get some more rain. Could be interesting on Sunday's third and final round. Here's Talon Dingledine. His brother Quint in the field also this week.
Yeah, we got 3 pairs of brothers in the field this week.
How about that? Great shot for Dingledine. We'll have that to finish up with a birdie here on 18.
Those birdies on 18 always feel good. And then they'll make dinner taste just a little bit better.
No question. Yeah, one of 3 sets of brothers. You've got Drew and John Carlin, David and Chris Zhang also to go along with Quentin Talon Dingledine in the field.
I was going to say make the post-round beer taste a little better, but he's a teenager, so I guess I couldn't say that.
No, not yet. Dingledine, one of the more polished junior golfers you're going to find. A massive length off the tee. We saw that earlier today as well. We had you and I had an interesting conversation yesterday. How fast clubhead speed-wise these junior golfers are getting today. It's amazing.
Yeah, I mean, technology is helping hit the ball further, but, you know, between the biomechanics, the ground force reactions, we know how to swing a golf club faster nowadays. Speed training programs. It's pretty impressive.
Bobby Goldstein is on the course with this. We'll go to Bobby.
On the 17th fairway here, thanks, Kendo. Rob has got a tough shot out of the rough. Larkin just hit his from the fairway. And really tough lie for Rob. He's just trying to get it back in play. I think he hit it in the fairway. Back to you, Kendall.
See, Kinder kind of had to muscle it out of that rough there, Mike, on his second shot here on 17.
Yeah, 17, 625-yard par 5. Hard to see the landing area off the tee box. Most guys are laying up. You know, there are some years when it's a little firmer conditions. You get this hold downwind. Some of the long guys can chase 3-wood up there, but it's hard. And the fairway ends, so you got to make a choice. There's no just hammer a 3-wood and let it run. The fairway does end, so you got to kind of pick your line, pick your yardage that you're trying to hit the layup to leave you whatever number fits you best on the third shot here.
Yeah, it takes a big poke off the tee to carry that right fairway bunker as well. 625 yards, and only the lone par 5 on the back 9, only one of 2 par 5s on this par 70 layout. Of course, a year ago, this was played as a par 71 in this tournament.
Yeah, we got a challenging hole location here, too. Another green with a little shelf. This one's back left. In line with the flag, you probably really only have 5 paces behind it. If you hit it a little bit further right of the flag, you probably got 7 or 8 paces behind it. But when you clear that ledge, that first shelf, it has a tendency to kick towards the back of the green, back left there. Especially if you hit it right, it'll kick hard coming off the bunker.
Scott Shingler next to play from the fairway. We see a lot of guys just trying to smart off the tee and lay up to that target yardage.
Yeah, the layup is a fairly generous area there. You kind of have to hit over one bunker short of the other. depending upon where the hole location is, going to leave you somewhere in that 90-yard range.
Shingler shooting his yardages here from the fairway, trying to get a solid read. Larkin Gross, who has been phenomenal today. The tournament leader is Kinder.
He didn't like it.
He didn't like it. We're trying to, not quite sure where that one ended up. Looked like it may have went over the back of the green. And
yeah, the way he was reacting, that it might have got a big jump on him, and he was a little shocked that that ball went long there.
Here's Gross, the tournament leader.
He's posing.
Yeah, so good.
Wow. Solid shot. And another look at birdie.
He is feeling it.
Well, if there's anybody hadn't seen his game, they're getting a full display today. And he is showing exactly why he shot 63 yesterday. He's had 5 out of the 7 holes on this back 9 have been birdies, including 4 straight to start, 10 through 13. And he just birdied 16. He's got a chance to get it back-to-back again.
Yeah, he played well. A lot of these professionals were playing in the Maryland State Open Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday this week. So long week, grueling week for the guys that kind of did the double dip, Maryland and Virginia Opens. But he played well. He finished high, so I think that gave him a little confidence. You kind of just keep the momentum going. You know, you hit on a few feels that work on the golf course, and you just try to hang on to him as long as possible.
He has put it in a whole nother gear on this back 9. He parred 17 yesterday, finished with a birdie on 18 to shoot 63. You look at yesterday's front 9, he carded a 31. And today was a little bit shaky. He bogeyed the second hole and then bogeyed the 9th hole today before racking off those 4 straight. It's been some type of a back 9 to get the broadcast here.
Yeah, I mean, he hasn't missed a shot on the back 9.
Kinder just trickled over the back, and he's in the rough. What are you thinking here with this chip shot out of this?
Yeah, I mean, you can see the golf ball, so that's a benefit. It's hasn't gone all the way down to the bottom, so he should be able to get the club on the back of the ball here. Actually chipping back into a slight upslope. Should just kick a little to his right when it lands. Oh, he went really high with it.
Flop and stop for Kinder. And he'll have that to try and save par here on the 17th. Kinder just made birdie on 16 to move to 8 under. Larkin Gross.
Yeah, it looks like it's a little further away here than I think we initially thought from that camera angle. And you can see the different color in the grass. That's the grain that you're looking at. When it's shiny, that's down grain. So for him, from his angle, he's putting into the grain. But then you can see right where the hole is cut, it looks dark to us, so it will look light to him. And it will speed up a little bit there at the very end. Again, just another challenge of the putting on the Bermuda grass.
I'd say everything in range is makeable for Larkin Gross, the way that putter's been working today on the back nine. This to move to 13 under.
Oh.
Just lipped out. Gross will clean it up for par. Remains at 12 under with a 4-shot lead on Luca Rinaldi and Rob Kinder. Folks, if you're just tuning in with us, Luca Rinaldi, a part of that morning wave today, shot 65 after firing a 3 under 67 yesterday. Scott Shingler. Just slides past.
Two of them just burning edges, on the left, on the right. Another big putt here for Rob. Sixes are never good on a scorecard, especially someone of his length. You know, he's always looking his chops when he's playing a par 5.
He'd sleep a little bit better tonight if he can save par here. Stay within 4 shots. Just misses. So 1 birdie, 2 bogeys. Oh, wow. And Kinder misses it coming back. A 7 here at the par 5 17th.
Yeah, that's tough. It happens. It happens a lot. And on the PGA Tour, it happens. And you drop your focus for just a split second. You know, you're frustrated that you just missed the previous one. You never like seeing that.
Wow. So Kinder will fall from 8 under to 6 under as they make their way to the 18th. And we're going to go ahead to hole 18 here with Drew Brockwell on his second shot on 18.
Yeah, really well played out of the rough. You can see the big first hop. Yeah, very well played out of that rough. You know, and that double by Kinder will put Justin LaRue right now in the final group, and Rob would bounce out of that final pairing.
Wow. Still the 18th left to play for Rob Kinder, but wow.
You see that flag starting to whip now. It's the first real sign of wind we've had today with the storms in the area.
We'll take a look at the aerial footage today that is brought to you by the Jefferson Hotel. Of course, that hotel nestled right in the heart of downtown Richmond, folks. Be sure to enjoy the luxurious accommodations, extraordinary dining, and exceptional service that the Jefferson Hotel has to offer. It'll keep you coming back time and time again. We've seen a few groups now finish up on 18. Good finishing hole here at Independence Golf Club. And Larkin Gross on the tee. Tournament leader with driver in hand.
I always love it when you can pick the tee up before the ball's at its apex, you know?
I feel like we've seen him do that quite a few times on this back nine, right? Like every hole.
It's
pretty sure our production crew could have just done a loop of him picking the tee up and just ran it every tee shot on this back nine, right?
It's quite the highlight reel for MAPGA to put together tonight.
Shingler on his tee shot, quick to pick the tee up as well. Finds a fairway. Been impressed with Scott Shingler's play. Getting up and down, it seemed like was the norm on the front nine, but he really did start to find it some on this back nine with his irons. And Kinder
doesn't like that one.
Leaking all here down the stretch and hooked that one. We'll see what type of lie Rob Kinder's got.
Yeah, you just saw Drew Brockwell come from that left rough. Wow.
We'll go back up to the 18th green where our final pairing approaches their second shots.
As the storms are right on our heels.
Drew Brockwell, Adam Hooker, and Steve Soreo trying to finish up on 18. I'll tell you what, we've been watching that forecast that Josh Coates of the VSGA has been so great in the booth with us today, and those seems like those storms have lingered all afternoon and went around Midlothian. But the wind's starting to pick up here on the 18th.
When you run golf tournaments, you got to be a part-time amateur meteorologist.
No question. Oh, what a roll. Photo finish.
Great round by Steve Soreo today.
Soreo cashes in on the 18th hole.
Back-to-back 67s for the old man.
Wow. And Soreo's put himself in contention climbing the leaderboard down the stretch on the back nine. And Brockwell just misses it beneath the hole. He'll tap this in.
Just slides on by.
Here's Adam Hooker to try and finish it out. It just burns the edges for Hooker. And look at those clouds brewing over the 18th hole here at Independence Golf Club.
Cool picture right there.
Our camera crew's done a great job today. Our production crew here on the Championship Golf Network. Scott Shingler in the fairway. It's set to hit his second shot. Of course, Rob Kinder hooked that tee shot. Kinder found his tee shot, and it's buried in that thick stuff, Mike.
Yeah, it looks like you can see the top of the ball.
Yep.
A moment ago. After Scott hits here, we'll see what he's got left.
Shingler will be first to play.
2 clubs in his hand. Looks like he's probably in between clubs trying to figure this out now. There's wind involved. Added variable that I haven't really had to think about yet today.
Nice swing from Shingler.
Is it gonna stay? Yeah,
looks like it's going to hold up. Yep. Here's Larkin Gross, big tee shot. Trying to finish with another birdie.
From 155. Hanging on to. And that one rolls back down.
Wow. So from 145, Rob Kinder in this stick stuff.
Yeah, you can see the ball, which is good. 145, that's a big tee ball.
Just muscled it out of the rough. And he finds the bunker. Wow.
Yeah, you can just see that difference of that ball in the fairway versus the ball in the rough. It's just
crazy how the tables just turn. Rob Kinder, we go back to Kinder on the 16th hole where he made birdie. He takes a double bogey on 17, missing a cleanup putt. Hooks his tee shot here on 18 and now finds himself in the bunker on a tricky 18th green to try and keep himself in contention here heading into the 3rd and final round tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like that ball barely got in the bunker too, so there might be a slight downslope with, you know, the green running away. It's almost going to look like an infinity green from his vantage point with the way it slopes off on the right side there.
Again, those storms coming here at Midlothian, Virginia. Trying to get this second round finished. Cuts will be made with the projected cut line at +5 right now for the tournament field. We began yesterday afternoon with 144 players. Top 60 and ties will make it to tomorrow.
You could probably get Kinder to pay for a par right here at this point. He'd be just dying to get this up and down.
Bobby Goldstein is greenside with this final group.
Bobby G here on 18. Bobby G here on 18. Rob has got a really delicate sand shot. He's in the back of the bunker, but he's got a lot of green to work with. But I think he's going to hit this close because he's really frustrated after the last few holes. I think he's going to hit this one stiff. He's got a downhill lie after it comes out of the bunker. Here he goes. Back to you, Kendall.
Wow, thanks, Bobby. Yeah, on that downhill lie, great shot out of the bunker there. And he'll have that to try and save par on 18 and remain at 6 under heading into round 3.
Is that Bobby G raking the bunker too? What a guy.
Bobby G does everything. Bobby Goldstein, our on-course reporter. /ball spotter / yardage giver, Bobby G is the man.
Busy business card.
Bring it back to the check. Yeah. That looks good.
It's got to stay in. Yeah, as long as it's one club length no near the hole where that reference point was. All right, you're back in play. All right. Thanks, sir.
Glad to give you some natural sounds on the relief that Larkin Gross just received.
Yeah, that looks like the 2-2 free relief there. He was within 2 club lengths of a sprinkler head that was in 2 club lengths of the putting surface. Local rule allows him to get free relief in that situation.
Gross trying to get up and down and stay at 12 under par. This has been a highlight reel of a back nine. It began with 4 straight birdies, 10 through 13. Followed it up with a birdie on 16. Just made par at the 17th. He's going to pull putter here, Mike.
Yeah, I like this play. It would have been a delicate little pitch.
Great speed. Do it. Are you kidding me? Photo finish for Larkin Gross. Make it 13 under.
Wow. I told you it was a good play. What a finish.
Just how he drew it up, right?
Man, that was an impressive round of golf. Getting a hug from Pops.
Unbelievable. 6 birdies on the back nine for Larkin Gross. Here's the putt from Shingler on 18. Just slips past.
He hit that where he was looking. You could see the line on his golf ball was rolling end over end. Just played a hair too much break. Good putt, though.
And this may be one of the biggest putts of the weekend for Rob Kinder, who is 6 under, Mike, to try and save par out of the bunker off of a downhill lie.
Yeah, frustrating finish.
He's going to put a mark on that one. He missed it coming back. That cost him a shot back on the 17th. Looking to tap it in for bogey and just lipped it out. He's going to let Shingler finish up first. And good stroke from Shingler.
That's one of those rounds where Scott, he's just ready to be off the golf course. You know,
yeah.
A lot of stress. You get through a lot of it, but it's just exhausting.
He had some incredible up and downs, no question. He grinded all afternoon. This for bogey for Rob Kinder. And knocks it in. So a double bogey finish for Rob Kinder, who falls back to 5 under. And Larkin Gross, our tournament leader, by 5 shots, 13 under par, slam dunks one on the 8th hole.
Yeah, I mean, obviously a great back nine, tremendous round of golf. Gives himself a 5-stroke lead going to the final round, and you know, now the game plan changes. You know, you're
got just in time before the storm.
You're just trying to play with that lead, which can be difficult for some guys. But with Larkin's Larkin's pedigree, I don't think it's going to bother him too much, and he'll create a nice game plan tonight going into the final round tomorrow.
So it's Larkin Gross, the 17-year-old Luca Rinaldi, and Justin LaRue, the final pairing tomorrow. Larkin Gross, 6 under par on the back nine, 34 of his 36 holes through the State Open of Virginia, bogey-free, Mike. He has been incredible through 2 days, but we come down to the final round tomorrow, and this will be a chess match here at Independence Golf Club.
Yeah, guys are going to be firing from the back. It's everyone's going to be looking right at the flagstick to see if they can catch Larkin.
We appreciate you tuning in today on CGN Championship Golf Network's coverage of the second round of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. Kendall Lewis, Mike Maroney, and our on-course reporter Bobby Goldstein. We'll be back here tomorrow for third and final round coverage of the 2025 State Open of Virginia. Cuts will be made. We go from 144 down to the top 60 in ties with Larkin Gross at 13 under par, a highlight reel of a back nine. And we cannot end this broadcast without thanking our official partners of the 3 Open Championships in Virginia, as they are critical to the success of these championships and allow the support of the local communities throughout the tournament and the tournament beneficiaries. First, Kiowa Island Resort, the Jefferson Hotel, Sea Pines Resort, Real Property Management, Estes, M&E Contractors, the Old Dominion Group, and last but not least, My Golfing Store. And, of course, live streaming of the State Open of Virginia is presented by Richmond Region Tourism. Richmond has something for everything. Adventure down the country's only Class 3 and Class 4 urban whitewater rapids, or 70 miles of biking and hiking trails through historic farmlands and river views. You can unplug with the family and friends at the Pocahontas State Park. That's Virginia's largest, with lakes, campgrounds, and miles of forest to roam. Refuel in Richmond's diverse food scene, from award-winning barbecue to global fine dining and everything in between. Golf might bring you to the Richmond region, but endless fun will keep you coming back. Be sure to visit www.visitrichmondva.com to plan your stay today. Final look at the leaderboard through 2 days of work, through 36 holes. It's Larkin Gross, 13 under par, 6 under par on a back nine today. Just a highlight reel of a round for Larkin Gross here today, who fires a 26, or excuse me, check that. He fires a 6 under par back nine, a 29, making 3 on the last hole today. Wow, I got a little carried away there. 13 under par through 36 holes of work. And how about that 17-year-old Luca Rinaldi, Mike, 65 today. He's 8 under par. Justin LaRue made a charge on the backside today, finds himself in the final grouping tomorrow.
Yeah, that final grouping, they all played some of the best golf on the golf course today, and that's how you get yourself in that final grouping. And so, tremendous round from Larkin. Luca with quite a hell of a bounce back after the ER stint last night, and then Justin LaRue coming from way back. So it should be fun tomorrow.
Rob Kinder, a tough finish today, double bogey his last 2 holes. It looked like he was going to make a push after birdieing the 16th hole. And, of course, folks, we appreciate you tuning in today. This would not be made available without these fine folks here at the Championship Golf Network. Doug Rios Sobalos, our director, our replay operator, Sophia Aguirre, our production assistants, Bobby Goldstein, who was also on course today, Bo Atwood, Josh Seal, Bailey Lowry, A.J. Bonacci, Cassidy Robinson, John Glenn Harding, and, of course, Michaela Brasino, our logistics coordinator here at the Championship Golf Network. I'm Kendall Lewis alongside Mike Maroney. We say so long for now. Final round coverage will continue tomorrow from Independence Golf Club in Midlothian, Virginia in the 2025 State Open of Virginia.